The story immediately dives in with our protagonist severely questioning the identity of the extremely forward girl making her move on him. She boldly checks to make sure he has absolutely no intention of putting up a fight against her sudden advances. He tries to stammer out a weak defense by reminding her that she is technically someone he purchased. She completely brushes that off and claims total ownership of him from head to toe, while he completely panics over how his life spiraled into this bizarre situation. Flashing back to before this madness, his only real goals were expanding his future options, landing a stress-free job, and just being a respectable human being. He planned to use those basic life goals as his ultimate motivation to build his willpower and study relentlessly like a total nerd. Our protagonist, Sora Kanekura, proudly reflects on passing the entrance exam for an excellent high school, eagerly anticipating the start of the spring semester. Looking back on a rather miserable life up to this point, he feels a massive wave of relief that his relentless hard work finally paid off without him giving up. He views this acceptance as his golden ticket to a top university and a stable future, swearing to maintain his grind without slacking off. His hopeful daydreaming is suddenly cut short by the doorbell ringing, prompting him to wonder who could possibly be delivering something as he heads to answer it. Opening the door reveals two extremely shady men who politely pardon their intrusion before cheerfully announcing they have arrived to collect a debt. Sora completely freezes in sheer terror as the gravity of their sudden appearance sets in. The collectors casually complain that his parents ran away to avoid paying their dues, prompting a nervous Sora to apologize and cautiously ask exactly how much they borrowed this time around. One of the men hands over a formal document demanding an immediate lump sum repayment, leaving Sora screaming in absolute disbelief as he counts the zeros to discover a massive 50 million yen debt. The shady duo laughs off his total panic, making it crystal clear they only care about getting their money back, while sarcastically wishing him luck on paying it off. A completely bewildered Sora stammers out that scrounging up such an astronomical amount of cash is flat out impossible. The collectors cheerfully ask if Sora happens to like fish before offering him two terrifying alternatives to paying up: either getting worked to death on an overseas fishing boat or becoming someone's personal plaything. The blonde collector strongly recommends the plaything route since staying alive is a pretty important detail demanding an immediate decision, while Sora tearfully appreciates the polite phrasing but firmly rejects both horrible options. One of the thugs aggressively grabs him, stating that regardless of his feelings on the matter, they have a business to run, and violently forces him to his feet. As they forcefully drag him outside with threats to keep moving, Sora mentally breaks down, wondering why this nightmare is happening after he worked so incredibly hard to secure a normal high school life this spring. He spirals into absolute despair over the agonizing realization that all of his intense studying and preparation might just amount to nothing in the end. Suddenly, an unknown voice interrupts the kidnapping, casually asking the thugs if everything is cool as long as the massive debt is paid in full. A stunning gal bursts onto the scene and slams down a briefcase overflowing with cash, boldly declaring that she will be paying off the entire 50 million yen sum right then and there. The thugs and Sora are left completely stunned by the sudden windfall, staring in absolute shock at the unbelievable pile of money sitting right in front of them. Still reeling from the sheer absurdity of the situation, Sora momentarily forgets his kidnapping and finds himself completely captivated by just how incredibly beautiful his sudden savior is. His awe quickly shifts back to utter confusion as he questions who this mysterious gal is and where she got the cash, while the equally baffled collectors awkwardly ask if she happens to be an acquaintance of his. The blonde collector tries to stammer out an apology, but the fierce gal immediately cuts him off, coldly asking if she wasn't loud enough before firmly reiterating that she is paying off his entire debt right here and now. Her intense demeanor instantly vanishes as she cheerfully claps her hands together, politely begging the two completely stunned men to just quietly take the massive pile of cash and head home. Back inside the safety of the apartment, a deeply exhausted Sora prepares some tea while his mysterious savior makes herself right at home at his table. Sora desperately tries to process the absolute whiplash of his day, mentally mapping out how he went from celebrating his high school acceptance to discovering his parents' massive debt, nearly getting sold off, and finally being rescued by a random gal in the blink of an eye. He remains completely baffled, trying to comprehend why a total stranger would just appear out of nowhere to pay off his impossible financial burden. As she flashes a warm and easygoing smile his way, he can only silently wonder who exactly this mysterious woman really is. He awkwardly serves her the tea, getting briefly distracted by how stunningly beautiful she is, before snapping himself back to the pressing issue at hand. Realizing he completely skipped a crucial step in all the chaos, he suddenly interrupts the quiet moment to finally address the elephant in the room. He delivers a massive heartfelt thank you for saving him from certain doom, catching her slightly off guard with his earnest gratitude. She completely waves off his intense appreciation with a cheerful laugh, playfully claiming that it is totally normal for modern gals to casually help people pay off massive sums of cash, leaving Sora completely dumbfounded by her bizarre logic. She casually remarks about how terrifying those debt collectors were, prompting Sora to awkwardly agree out loud while internally deadpanning at her massive understatement. He admits that his parents have always been incredibly irresponsible, recalling how he mistakenly thought he was at least somewhat used to dealing with aggressive loan sharks banging on their door. He solemnly reflects that every single ounce of effort he put into studying and working hard to become a respectable person ended up feeling completely pointless in the face of such massive debt. Declaring her an absolute lifesaver, he respectfully asks for her name and address, so he can eventually pay her back, only for her to instantly wave off the formal offer. She firmly repeats that she paid off the debt simply because she wanted to and insists repayment is totally unnecessary, playfully pointing out that he couldn't possibly afford to pay her back right now anyway, which he nervously confirms. She smoothly transitions into mentioning that there is actually one favor she wants to ask of him, though Sora completely loses his train of thought, as he becomes entirely overwhelmed by her intoxicating closeness and cute smile. His incredibly flustered stammering completely stalls the conversation, prompting her to innocently check if something is wrong. A heavily blushing Sora manages to weakly stammer out that she is getting way too close for comfort, catching her slightly by surprise. She completely dismisses his need for personal space by claiming it is totally normal to aggressively cling to the things you like, while affectionately dropping his first name, sending his brain into a total meltdown over whether this insane logic is just standard gal behavior. The romantic tension instantly shatters when he suddenly questions how she actually knows his name without him ever introducing himself, sending a sharp jolt of panic through his system, as he realizes that a completely string-free 50 million yen bailout is definitely too good to be true. Sora immediately jumps to the worst-case scenario, wildly assuming she must be in cahoots with the loan sharks to trap him in some illegal extortion game or force him into a high-interest scam if he cannot pay her back. Noticing his sudden panic, she casually tries to reassure him that the cash is completely clean by cheerfully claiming she earned it all with her own body. Her phrasing instantly sends him into another spiral, as he imagines her engaging in shady adult work, or finding a sugar daddy to get that money, prompting him to desperately insist on paying her back, because he understands the heavy weight of hard-earned cash and refuses to just leech off her. Instead of accepting his noble refusal, she aggressively pushes him down flat onto his back to establish her total physical dominance over the situation. Looming over his trapped body, she firmly rejects his offer to ever repay the massive financial debt. Flushed and breathing heavily, she intensely declares that there is only one single thing she actually wants him to do for her in return. Without a hint of hesitation, she drops the ultimate bombshell and boldly demands that he marry her. She smugly points out that there is absolutely no way a high schooler like him could ever repay 50 million yen, strangely expressing a deep sense of relief over his completely helpless financial situation. Bringing the entire crazy ordeal full circle, she totally claims ownership over his entire existence by casually reminding him that she essentially just bought his life from head to toe. Looking back at his hard-earned high school acceptance letter sitting right next to the massive debt document, a defeated Sora bitterly realizes that despite all his efforts to build a normal life, he still ended up becoming someone's plaything in the very end. Picking right back up from her shocking marriage proposal, the bold gal continues to assert her total dominance over the situation by starting to undress, while reminding a completely overwhelmed Sora that he is essentially a purchased item belonging entirely to her. Sora completely panics at the rapidly escalating situation and frantically pushes her back while screaming at the top of his lungs for her to just hold on a minute. His brain practically short-circuits as he tries to process the massive debt, her mysterious identity, and the sudden physical closeness all at once, desperately begging her to calm down so they can actually think this through rationally. Flustered beyond belief, he demands that she immediately put her clothes back on to have a proper conversation, though she simply pouts and playfully complains that she is wearing a really cute bra. Completely ignoring his desperate plea for modesty, she bluntly asks if he happens to be more of an ass man before playfully assuring him that things are just as cute on her lower half. His explosive, heavily blushing reaction to her blatant teasing only makes her laugh, thoroughly enjoying just how incredibly cute and easy to fluster he is. As she finally starts to fix her clothes, a deeply exhausted Sora actively decides to stop questioning how she actually earned the 50 million yen, or how her aggressive advances go way beyond standard charity work. She awkwardly stammers while trying to steer their chaotic conversation back to the main topic, prompting Sora to finally address her insane declaration about him needing to marry her in exchange for the financial bailout. He flat out admits that he completely fails to understand her bizarre logic, hopelessly trying to figure out what exactly she meant by proposing to a complete stranger she just saved from absolute ruin. She bursts into laughter to completely shatter the depressing funeral-like atmosphere he was projecting, finding his overly dramatic thought process absolutely hilarious. Brushing off his deep existential crisis, she casually states that her pure love for him is the only motivation she needs, leaving him utterly baffled as she wonders why he is overthinking things. Sora experiences a total mental blue screen as he tries to compute the completely impossible reality of this incredibly wealthy stranger confessing genuine affection for him out of nowhere. He frantically sputters out a demand to know why she would ever target a miserable guy like him, only for her to smoothly counter that she has simply liked him for a very long time. That specific phrasing instantly catches his attention, causing him to freeze up as the rusty gears in his head finally begin to turn. He cautiously asks if they have actually crossed paths before this crazy day, offering a desperate and completely sincere apology, just in case he somehow managed to forget someone so memorable. She gives a soft confirmation, making it crystal clear that his sudden hunch is totally correct, and she is definitely not just some random gal who wandered into his apartment. She cheerfully agrees to spill all of her mysterious secrets and reveal their history, but boldly holds that information hostage by demanding he properly respond to her intense romantic feelings first. Dialing her aggressive negotiation tactics up to an insane degree, she smoothly promises to grant him absolutely anything he could ever desire if he just accepts her total devotion. Sora completely loses his remaining grip on reality as he weakly echoes her generous offer, his brain completely melting down against the overwhelming force of her ultimate seduction tactics. Sora completely sputters out in denial and frantically insists he is asking a serious question while she just playfully apologizes, completely charmed by his adorable panic. Dropping the teasing act for a moment, she casually mentions his morning newspaper route in her neighborhood, catching him totally off guard as he realizes she actually knows about his part-time gig. She reveals she has been secretly watching him work tirelessly before dawn every single day, deeply admiring how he pushed through bad weather and stressful exam seasons just to support his family. Seeing his relentless dedication became a massive source of inspiration for her, motivating her to match his incredible energy and start working just as hard in her own daily life. She happily admits that his impressive work ethic is exactly what made her fall head over heels for him, leaving Sora completely stunned that such a simple, unnoticed routine won her heart. While struggling to process if her crazy confession is actually genuine, Sora nervously suggests that normally people would actually try dating each other before instantly jumping straight into marriage. She cheerfully agrees with his logical point, but instantly shoots it down by happily declaring that marrying her crush right out of the gate has just always been her ultimate dream, leaving him awkwardly speechless. She playfully turns the tables by teasingly asking if he is greedy enough to want even more reasons why she loves him, causing him to immediately panic and apologize before she suddenly interrupts his rambling. Her playful demeanor suddenly shifts into a much more serious tone as she prepares to float a daring new theory about his hesitation. She boldly cuts straight to the chase and point-blank asks if she simply isn't his type, completely freezing him in his tracks with the blunt question. While Sora admits that marrying someone as gorgeous as her is practically a dream, he cannot help but feel a tiny bit suspicious of her overall motives. Hearing this, a panicked Runa completely overanalyzes his words, frantically wondering what on earth she should do next, since she feels like she just got indirectly rejected. Trying to salvage the situation, she quickly speaks up to protest his hesitation, while Sora remains highly skeptical about the whole ordeal. Sora bashfully points out that, because of his current status, marrying someone like him would be nothing more than an absolute waste of her time and potential. Runa stands completely stunned, staring at him in utter disbelief, as his words sink in. He explains that his massive debt is still a major hurdle, and that even if he works himself to the bone at a part-time job, he could never hope to earn anywhere near enough to cover it. Insisting that he simply is not worth all this trouble, he tries to distance himself, but she immediately rejects that idea to firmly tell him that is absolutely not the case. Looking him dead in the eyes, she passionately cries out that he has got it completely wrong, and that his self-deprecating attitude is totally uncalled for. She declares that if she were the type of person to give up on him over something as trivial as money, she would have never bothered showing up at his apartment in the first place. Drawing attention directly to his acceptance letter to Mayo Academy, she highlights how incredibly difficult it is to get into a top-tier school from an integrated high school, especially while juggling a demanding part-time job, praising him for his relentless dedication. Beaming with pride, she happily cheers for his academic success, calling his achievement nothing short of highly impressive. She warmly confesses that she genuinely likes everything about him, especially his incredibly hardworking nature. Sora is left completely speechless, his mind blanking out as her intense, unfiltered praise catches him entirely off guard. He internally reels from the overwhelming experience, realizing he has never had anyone confess their affection, so directly let alone shower him with such genuine praise. Reflecting on his past, he recalls how unsatisfying his life has been up until this point, plagued by constant bill collectors, pounding on his door classmates, whispering about his family's poverty and irresponsible parents who abandoned him with a goodbye note. Sora finds himself deeply conflicted about how to handle the insane situation, yet he privately admits that a part of him is genuinely glad she showed up when she did. He feels incredibly guilty for doubting her intentions, realizing that if her confession was actually genuine, his harsh suspicion makes him the absolute worst, though the massive debt document still weighs heavily on his mind. He nervously apologizes and turns down her immediate proposal, explaining that despite everything she has done for him, he absolutely refuses to give her a half-hearted answer and act just as irresponsibly as his runaway parents. She quickly tries to laugh off the rejection, sheepishly agreeing that springing a sudden marriage proposal on him was definitely a bad move that probably just made things way too awkward between them. Backing down completely, she sincerely apologizes for causing so much unnecessary chaos and bringing extra trouble into his already incredibly stressful life. Her gloomy mood instantly vanishes as she confidently declares that she absolutely refuses to give up on him, just yet boldly vowing to make him fall for her before he suddenly cuts her off. He quickly corrects her by clarifying that he wasn't rejecting her outright, explaining that he just wants to take the time to properly get to know her, so he can eventually give her the sincere and thoughtful reply her feelings truly deserve. She eagerly asks if this means he actually plans to marry her down the line, prompting a heavily flustered Sora to nervously confirm that he wants to take the proper romantic steps first, while desperately hoping he doesn't sound completely full of himself. Absolutely overjoyed by his surprisingly earnest answer, she enthusiastically launches herself at him for a massive hug while repeatedly thanking him for giving her a real chance. While he completely panics over getting smothered in her chest, she cheerfully praises his serious nature and happily declares that his thoughtful response is exactly why she loves him and has zero regrets about her crazy proposal. Sora frantically hits the brakes on the whole marriage situation, pointing out the absolute absurdity of being forcefully claimed by a woman whose name he doesn't even know yet. She cheerfully laughs off the glaring oversight and admits she completely forgot to introduce herself, leaving Sora to quietly reflect on the relief of miraculously dodging a terrible fate and keeping his future somewhat intact. Formally introducing herself as Luna Mamos, She flashes a dangerously bright smile and officially kicks off their supposedly married life together. Moving right past the total madness of being sold off as collateral and rescued by a random gal, the brand new chapter of their D-life officially begins. Stepping inside her place, Sora is instantly blown away by the sheer scale of the massive house, while Luna cheerfully encourages him to make himself comfortable. He stares in total disbelief and questions if this luxurious mansion is really her place, prompting Luna to smoothly correct him by declaring that starting today, it is officially their D home. The heavy reality of those words completely shatters his composure as his brain violently short-circuits over the sudden concept of domestic life. He completely zones out into a flustered daze, hopelessly muttering to himself about actually living together, while Luna innocently checks to see if his brain stopped working. The incredibly cheerful gal checks in on a clearly overwhelmed Sora, who nervously points out that their massive lavish sushi dinner feels a bit too extravagant for a random evening. She quickly waves off his concern, happily explaining that the massive feast is simply a welcome gift to properly celebrate him officially moving in. Exhausted from the day's absolute chaos, she casually stretches and suggests they head to bed a little early tonight to finally get some rest. Sora nervously agrees to just follow her lead, internally bracing himself for the insane reality that he is actually going to be permanently living in this massive house with her from now on. His thoughts completely trail off as the heavy, highly intimidating realization fully sinks in that he is about to spend his nights entirely alone with this incredibly forward and stunningly beautiful girl. Suddenly panicking over his impending nighttime arrangements, he desperately tries to invent an excuse to escape, claiming he needs to head back to his old apartment immediately to grab the rest of his belongings. His weak exit strategy is instantly crushed when she casually points to a stack of boxes in the corner, cheerfully revealing that she already moved all his stuff over and completely canceled his old housing contract without him even noticing. A completely baffled Sora demands to know when she managed to pull off such a massive logistical nightmare, to which she calmly replies, she secretly handled everything while he was previously sick, since they were going to be living together anyway. To make matters even crazier, she happily drops another massive bombshell by proudly announcing that she totally got his runaway parents' full permission for this entire living arrangement too. Sora practically loses his mind trying to figure out how she miraculously managed to contact his parents when they completely dropped off the grid to dodge their dangerous loan sharks. She effortlessly brushes off his shock by casually mentioning she just hired a top-tier detective to track them down before teasing an even more absurd reveal. She cheerfully explains that the very moment she offered to marry him and completely cover their mortgage alongside all future living expenses, his parents instantly and enthusiastically gave their full blessing. A deeply deadpan Sora immediately realizes his incredibly irresponsible parents happily sold him out in a heartbeat the second literal bags of free money were dangled in front of them. Overflowing with joy over their immediate and absolute approval, she proudly reveals that she rewarded his parents by buying them an all-expenses-paid luxury trip around the entire world. Sora desperately yells out that she absolutely did not need to go to such insane lengths for people who literally abandoned him to the criminal underworld just hours prior. Taking a much-needed moment to wash up in the ridiculously massive and luxurious bathroom, a deeply exhausted Sora lets out a heavy sigh as he reflects on the sheer, overwhelming scale of the sprawling estate she just finished showing him around. Completely drained from a day filled with surprise kidnappings, massive debt payoffs, and sudden forced marriages, he firmly decides to just shut his brain off and turn in early before anything else incredibly crazy can happen to him. Wandering the unfamiliar hallway, Sora searches for his assigned bedroom, before finally deciding to try his luck on one of the closed doors. Stepping inside, he is immediately blown away by the massive size of the bed and marvels at the incredibly soft mattress, before finally letting out a deeply exhausted sigh. He mentally outlines his next steps, noting that he needs to get ready for school and make sure she completely understands how his high school schedule is going to change their day-to-day routine. Trying to figure out what else he needs to do, he suddenly recalls his incredibly dramatic plea from earlier, where he begged her for more time to properly respond to her feelings and get to know her better. The sheer cringe of that memory hits him like a truck, causing him to violently bury his face into the pillow while internally screaming over how absolutely mortifying he sounded. Thrashing around in absolute agony, he beats himself up over saying such horribly embarrassing things and spirals into a complete panic over how a guy with zero romantic experience could possibly be expected to just get married. His total mental meltdown is suddenly cut short when the bedroom door swings open and she casually strolls right into the room. Without saying a single word, she immediately hits the switch and plunges the room into complete darkness, leaving him entirely caught off guard. He completely freezes up in total confusion as she climbs right onto the bed next to him in the dark, softly calling out his name while he desperately wonders what kind of crazy situation he has just landed himself in. Seeing his completely unresponsive and tense state, as he lies frozen face down on the mattress, she innocently wonders out loud if he has already managed to fall fast asleep. Sora experiences a total internal meltdown, frantically screaming in his head as he questions why she is suddenly in his room and casually climbing right into bed next to him. He desperately tries to rationalize the terrifying situation, wildly hoping she just popped in to offer a quick goodnight before heading off to her own room. His weak hopes are instantly shattered when she loudly startles him awake, happily laughing as she completely calls his bluff and exposes his terrible attempt at faking sleep. While she innocently apologizes for waking him, Sora completely loses his train of thought, getting entirely overwhelmed by how incredibly cute her pajamas are and wildly panicking over her glaring lack of pants. His flustered state hits an absolute peak when he realizes she is still dripping wet from the bath, prompting her to cheerfully explain that she completely abandoned drying her hair just so she could rush over before he passed out for the night. She casually tosses her damp hair and calls out his name, effortlessly commanding his attention and perfectly setting him up for whatever bold move she has planned next. Noticing him trying to put as much distance between them as possible, she cheerfully demands he stop hiding at the very edge of the mattress and come closer. Sora nervously tries to play off his intense hesitation by weakly claiming he just couldn't hear her over how quiet her voice was. Tired of waiting, she happily volunteers to close the gap herself, prompting a completely terrified Sora to furiously throw his hands up in surrender and frantically promise to move closer, just to stall her aggressive advance. She playfully asks if he finally changed his mind about taking things slow, boldly declaring that bedtime is exactly when husbands and wives are supposed to get along. Meanwhile, a completely shell-shocked Sora has a massive revelation, realizing that sharing this giant bed is totally standard marriage protocol, a terrifying fact his completely inexperienced brain somehow entirely failed to predict. She wastes absolutely no time getting comfortable and completely latches herself right onto his side. Sora spirals into a full-blown panic attack over her insane lack of personal space, hopelessly lamenting that his fresh bath was totally pointless since he is already sweating bullets from the sheer stress of the situation. Sora desperately tries to break the awkward silence by weakly complimenting her soft and comfy-looking shirt, instantly regretting his utter lack of smooth conversational skills. She playfully accepts the compliment with a sweet thank you, but immediately teases that she actually had something even cuter in mind for the occasion. She boldly reveals her stunning lingerie to him, boasting about how the loose shirt lets her easily pull off aggressive moves like this, while Sora completely panics at the sudden flash. Dialing up the intense seduction, she locks eyes with him and bluntly asks if he wants to feel her up, leaving him audibly gulping under the heavy pressure. He frantically scolds her for casually exposing herself like that, but she innocently counters that, as her future husband, he is totally allowed to see her like this, completely destroying his flimsy defenses. Catching himself right on the edge of giving in, a heavily blushing Sora firmly declares that this is a terrible idea, fiercely reminding himself of his vow to never end up as completely irresponsible as his runaway parents. She quickly clarifies that she isn't just casually throwing herself around, sincerely admitting that she would never do something this bold with anyone but him, which absolutely shatters his remaining willpower in a total moment of weakness. Desperate to regain control of the situation, Sora forces them both to just lie back and calm down, frantically chanting for inner peace, until she softly calls out his name in the quiet room. She softly confesses just how incredibly happy his promise to marry her actually made her, gently locking fingers with him to emphasize her sincere feelings, while sending his heart into absolute overdrive over the sudden hand holding. Completely ignoring his internal freakout, she casually reflects on how insanely shady she must have looked busting into his apartment with a wild proposal, leaving an utterly baffled Sora wondering how she can just keep chatting normally while tightly holding his hand. Luna warmly expresses her happiness that he actually took the time to listen to her feelings after she had spent so long watching him from afar. Meanwhile, Sora is completely distracted by their physical contact, his mind racing as he marvels at how incredibly soft, warm, and delicate her fingers feel in his grasp. Sora starts to panic as the physical contact begins to feel way too intimate and suggestive for his sanity to handle. He frantically realizes he must find a way to diffuse the overwhelming tension, but his train of thought is suddenly derailed as his mind finally focuses on her odd comment about watching him for a long time. Sora mentally calculates the timeline, remembering her claim that she fell in love with him while watching him deliver newspapers. Realizing that his paper route only started fairly recently, he begins to piece together the true duration of her secret crush. Luna admits that when Sora refused to take her sudden confession lightly and instead treated her feelings with absolute seriousness, she felt a profound squeeze in her chest that completely caught her off guard. She looks at him with intense emotion, admitting that his surprisingly sincere and thoughtful response to her feelings actually ended up making her get completely choked up. Overwhelmed by how incredibly genuine his response was, Luna suddenly blurts out that she feels exactly the same way, sending Sora into an absolute state of disbelief. He completely loses his grip on the conversation as she tries to softly follow up, leaving him sputtering in utter confusion over her rapid-fire emotional shifts. The physical boundaries completely disintegrate as Luna leans in close, leaving Sora desperately pleading with her to hold on and not get any closer. Despite his frantic warnings that going any further is going to lead to a very dangerous point of no return, she admits that she is completely powerless to stop herself at this point. With all of her reservations completely gone, Luna closes her eyes and slowly leans in, letting the romantic atmosphere take over as she prepares to make her move. As their faces get incredibly close, Sora finally gives in to the overwhelming physical attraction and softly whispers his consent, fully prepared to let the moment unfold. Just as they are on the absolute verge of kissing, Luna's bold front completely shatters, and she frantically pulls away in a massive wave of sheer embarrassment. She screams out that she absolutely cannot handle going any further, leaving a completely stunned and bewildered Sora left hanging. Sora is completely caught off guard when she suddenly backs down, fiercely blushing, as she confesses that she thought she could smoothly go with the flow and just kiss him, but feeling his body heat and breath up close made it way too embarrassing for her to actually go through with it. She curls up in absolute embarrassment, admitting that just having his face that close completely overwhelmed her, leaving a highly flustered Sora to internally sigh in massive relief over narrowly dodging that intense moment. Trying to cool off her completely overheated system, she aggressively chugs some water while sheepishly apologizing for suddenly losing her nerve. After she proudly declares that she has finally calmed down, a heavily sweating Sora completely agrees, desperately wondering to himself if this kind of heart-pounding chaos is going to be a daily occurrence from now on. He quickly tries to mentally reassure himself by remembering that he will be starting school soon, meaning they will not actually be stuck together every single hour of the day to drive him completely crazy, before suddenly realizing something important. He carefully brings up the fact that his daily life is going to change significantly once he formally starts high school in April, only for her to cheerfully salute him and declare that she completely understands the situation. Her surprisingly easygoing acceptance immediately makes him pause as a brand new question completely hijacks his train of thought. He silently wonders what exactly she actually does during the day, figuring she must work, despite looking exactly his age, fully realizing just how incredibly little he actually knows about his mysterious savior, before she suddenly interrupts his inner monologue to casually tell him not to worry about it. Dropping an absolutely massive bombshell, she cheerfully reveals that starting in April, she is also going to be a first-year student attending his exact same high school. Sora is left completely paralyzed in absolute shock by the insane revelation, while she just bursts into totally triumphant laughter over perfectly executing her massive surprise. She happily drops the massive bombshell that they are officially going to be classmates starting this spring, affectionately calling him dear, while Sora screams in absolute shock as he instantly senses an incoming wave of trouble. Sora mentally recaps the sheer absurdity of the previous night, recalling how his newly self-proclaimed future wife, a girl whose full identity he still barely knows, cheerfully announced that they would be attending the exact same high school together. Fast-forwarding to the prestigious high school's opening ceremony, the crowd instantly erupts into hushed whispers about how incredibly cute the new freshman representative delivering the convocation speech is. That stunningly beautiful freshman representative is none other than Luna Mamos herself, beaming brightly at the podium and flashing a dazzlingly rare smile that completely captivates the entire audience. Watching her effortlessly command the stage, a completely stunned Sora stares on in total disbelief, absolutely floored by the harsh reality that she really is attending the exact same school as him. Things get even crazier when he discovers that not only are they in the exact same homeroom class, but she has also already effortlessly integrated herself right into the absolute most popular group of students on day one. Sora silently panics over this insanely convenient seating arrangement, severely underestimating her bold claim from the night before, while hopelessly watching her chat away with her brand new friends. Realizing that a flashy girl like her absolutely will not bother hiding their incredibly complicated living situation, a heavily sweating Sora mentally scrambles to figure out how to avoid getting in her way while dealing with their massive secret. His internal crisis is suddenly interrupted by a massive, incredibly intimidating classmate who looms over his desk like a predatory lion and directly calls him out, instantly sending Sora right back into sheer panic mode. A couple of classmates try to claim the seats near Sora, but immediately back off and frantically apologize when they are completely intimidated by the massive guy looming over the desk. The intimidating giant drops his heavy bag right onto the neighboring desk with a loud thud, while a deeply relieved Sora begins to excitedly call out his name. Sora happily greets his middle school buddy Subaru, who cheerfully celebrates them ending up in the same high school class, before questioning why Sora is trying so hard to blend into the background, prompting Sora to vaguely admit that some crazy stuff recently went down. Subaru proudly reminds Sora that they have been each other's only friends since middle school and encourages him to spill all his secrets, leaving Sora feeling deeply reassured, but still incredibly hesitant to actually explain his insane situation. Subaru completely loses his mind in shock after Sora drops the massive bombshell that he essentially sold himself into marriage to a total stranger to pay off a huge debt, with Sora nervously adding that his mysterious new bride totally refuses to any actual details about her personal life. Sora points out that his new wife somehow already knows absolutely everything about him, prompting Subaru to wildly guess that she might be an assassin, a honey trap, or a scammer, which instantly sends Sora into a panic, because he already spiraled over those exact same terrifying theories. Despite all the massive red flags, Sora softly defends his mysterious savior by claiming she doesn't seem like a bad person, and genuinely wants to build a proper relationship, prompting Subaru to just sigh and accept his buddy's weirdly optimistic outlook. Subaru warmly recalls how Sora was the absolute only person willing to approach him back in middle school, suggesting that this crazy wealthy gal probably just fell head over heels for that exact same selfless consideration. Their touching heart-to-heart is suddenly interrupted when a familiar sing-song voice cheerfully calls out Sora's name as someone steps right up to his desk. His mysterious new bride casually leans right over his desk in her school uniform, playfully apologizing for missing their morning commute together, while a completely stunned Sora realizes his secret wife is actually attending the exact same high school. At school, Runa casually approaches Sora right at his desk to ask if they are heading home together, immediately drawing a massive amount of attention from their classmates. As the surrounding students start whispering about why such a popular, gorgeous girl is talking to him, one of them eagerly asks if she is Sora's friend. She cheerfully confirms it, leaving Sora in an absolute sweat as he panics over the sudden attention and the gossip spreading like wildfire. As if the attention is not already enough, she cheerfully asks him if he wants to have lunch together in the student lounge, completely oblivious to his desire to keep a low profile. Before Sora can even process her lunch invitation, his classmate Subaru abruptly drags him away for a quick private chat. Subaru dramatically sulks, playfully complaining that Sora has already gone, and made other friends besides him, complete with a cartoonish mascot expressing his mock heartbreak, while a baffled Sora can only react with total confusion. Sora quickly pulls Runa to an empty corner of the school to talk in private, making sure nobody is around to overhear them. While her heart beats wildly and she misinterprets his forceful approach as incredibly bold and pushy, a heavily blushing Sora frantically apologizes for being so abrupt before trying to gather his courage to speak. Before he can even utter another syllable, she suddenly locks him in an affectionate embrace, happily whispering that she never expected him to be the one taking the initiative in a place like this. Sora is left completely overwhelmed and flustered, desperately sputtering in protest, as she eagerly clings to him with absolute joy. Sora desperately begs her to let go of him for just a second so they can actually talk about the serious matter he brought her here for. She simply pouts and brushes off his plea, playfully teasing that since there is absolutely nobody around, they have nothing to worry about, leaving Sora internally screaming in a complete state of panic as he struggles to calm his racing heart. Sora nervously stammers out that they should avoid talking about their secret living arrangement or relationship at school as much as possible, or at the very least only it with a few incredibly close friends. His cautious suggestion immediately catches her off guard, leaving her looking quite surprised by his request for secrecy. She suddenly pulls back with a look of pure confusion, loudly questioning his logic as she completely releases her hold on him. Runa demands to know exactly why he wants to keep their relationship a secret, prompting Sora to awkwardly explain that she is already incredibly popular, cute, outstanding, and has amazing communication skills compared to him. Remembering the harsh realities of his reputation, Sora recalls his classmates gossiping about him behind his back, calling him a debt-ridden charity case and warning others to avoid hanging out with him. He feels deeply discouraged, admitting that being associated with someone as plagued by rumor as him might only end up ruining her popularity and causing endless problems for her. Sora nervously points out that everyone at school would be completely shocked to find out that a guy like him is actually married to someone as stunning as her, causing her to freeze up as the heavy implication of his words finally hits her. She immediately completely panics and loudly demands to know if his reluctance means they won't be allowed to be openly lovey-dovey at school, leaving Sora totally bewildered by her sudden explosive outburst. Grabbing him in a total frenzy, she complains that her ultimate dream of a honeymoon-filled high school life is ruined after she went through the insane trouble of arranging for them to be in the exact same class. Sora sweats bullets, realizing just how far ahead she planned, nervously asking what exactly she intended to do at school, before desperately confirming that all their intense physical grappling absolutely needs to stay behind closed doors. She heavily pouts and complains that she fully expected them to be celebrated as the perfect power couple on campus, sadly mourning all the cute couple pictures she desperately wanted to post on Instagram, while Sora looks completely dead inside at her wildly unrealistic expectations. Seeing how genuinely disappointed she is, Sora softens up and privately admits to himself that it feels entirely unfair to arbitrarily strip away all the normal high school experiences she clearly wants to enjoy properly. Exhausted by her overwhelming positivity, he weakly caves in and agrees to just go with her plan. But she suddenly hits the brakes, realizing that if they actually keep their relationship a total secret, it drastically lowers the chances of other girls getting charmed by him and trying to interfere. Her mood instantly shifts into a totally smug, teasing state as she playfully wonders if she will even be able to conceal his natural charm from the rest of the school, prompting a highly flustered Sora to nervously laugh it off and tell her she is definitely overthinking things. Gently taking her hand, Sora sincerely apologizes and explains that since they are officially living together now, it wouldn't be fair for him to just make all the rules. He promises to find a reasonable compromise to include a moderate amount of physical contact, leaving her completely stunned and heavily blushing as she softly asks if he really means it. His sweet concession completely short-circuits her brain, sending her into an absolute frenzy of affection as she violently blushes and screams about how much she absolutely loves his incredible kindness, while a terrified Sora desperately begs her not to pass out from all the blood rushing to her face. She happily agrees to his compromise, while a still sweating Sora nervously pleads with her not to randomly tackle him out of pure excitement while they are on campus, which she cheerfully accepts, since she fully understands how hard he is working to secure their future. Luna genuinely admits that she wants absolutely everyone to see just how incredibly cool he is, playfully adding that his new uniform looks amazing on him and promising to show him off as much as possible. Hearing her straightforward praise, Sora suddenly realizes something about her own outfit. Sora quickly compliments her right back, pointing out that her school uniform suits her perfectly as well. Luna happily admits that since she had only ever seen him in regular clothes, before he always gave off a mature adult vibe, but seeing him in his student attire finally makes it sink in that they are actually the exact same age, a realization that leaves her feeling genuinely happy. The wholesome moment instantly evaporates when she boldly lifts her skirt and teasingly asks if she should do some incredibly lewd things for him in her uniform tonight, instantly sending Sora into an explosive, heavily blushing panic. As the school bell loudly rings out to signal the start of the next class, a completely flustered Sora frantically yells at her to stop saying such outrageously inappropriate things in public, while she just playfully anticipates their exciting night ahead. Fast forwarding to their very first weekend, since the school semester officially kicked off, a hungry Luna happily stretches out and calls for Sora, cheerfully announcing that it is finally time for lunch and asking what he wants to eat. Pointing out that they finally have some real time off, she suggests grabbing something tasty like pizza, since they already had sushi for their last big meal. Sora awkwardly interrupts her exciting lunch plans to cautiously bring up a different idea. Luna looks completely surprised as she clarifies if he is actually offering to cook lunch for the two of them. A slightly nervous Sora confirms his offer, shyly asking if she would be okay with him handling the meal. He explains that ever since the chaotic school entrance ceremony, they have been so completely swamped for time that they constantly end up just having her order ridiculously extravagant takeout. Sora admits that constantly eating such luxurious meals feels like a massive waste of her money, leaving him completely overwhelmed with guilt every single time she pays for it. Acknowledging everything from paying off his massive debt to providing an amazing house and buying all their expensive food, Sora sincerely states that since he cannot financially repay her right now, he wants to at least pull his weight by handling the household chores if she will let him. Luna completely loses her mind with excitement, screaming out that his domestic offer is incredibly awesome, as her eyes absolutely sparkle with overwhelming joy. Luna enthusiastically celebrates the idea of eating his home-cooked meals, calling it absolutely amazing, before quickly declaring that they should actually cook together. Sora tries to point out that helping him completely defeats the purpose of him making her a meal, but she completely brushes off his logic by cheerfully arguing that cooking together makes them look way more like a real married couple. A heavily blushing Sora completely ignores her romantic logic, desperately pointing out that she is getting way too close for comfort, as she aggressively pins him against the wall. She playfully apologizes for cornering him and suddenly remembers they need to properly prep if they are going to cook together. Declaring that she needs to change her outfit real quick, she dashes off while a flustered Sora agrees, though his mind immediately starts racing as he wonders exactly what kind of outfit she plans to change into. Bursting back into the room with a massive ta-da, she cheerfully asks if he likes her brand new look, leaving Sora absolutely horrified as he screams out in pure shock over her deciding to wear nothing but a naked apron for their cooking session. Sora completely loses his mind over the incredibly scandalous outfit, frantically screaming that they absolutely cannot cook like this because of the severe risk of hot oil splattering everywhere and his sanity completely shattering. Luna just innocently tilts her head and wonders why her genius outfit is such a bad idea. Dialing up the teasing to an extreme level, she playfully asks if he is curious about what she is wearing underneath the apron, boldly suggesting he just check from behind to find out. As Sora awkwardly questions the angle, she shamelessly flashes her backside to him, teasingly grabbing herself, while a totally flustered Sora screams at her to stop touching herself like that. Pressing her overwhelming advantage, she intensely straddles him and huskily whispers that since he is her special someone, she really wouldn't mind showing him absolutely everything. Sora desperately fights for his life, fiercely rejecting her advances by yelling that they will never actually get around to cooking lunch if they cross that dangerous line. Suddenly breaking the intense romantic tension, she bursts into laughter and throws off the apron to reveal a totally normal swimsuit underneath. She playfully mocks his utterly terrified reaction, claiming he looked like he was about to be attacked, while Sora just slumps over in complete defeat. Sora internally groans over getting completely and utterly played by her flawless teasing, feeling totally exhausted by the absolute roller coaster of emotions she just put him through. As she cheerfully suggests, they take a trip to the beach together. Once summer rolls around, Sora can only stare at her insanely revealing bikini top, hopelessly realizing that her wearing a swimsuit underneath the apron absolutely did not make the situation any less incredibly dangerous for his racing heart. Luna playfully admits that his completely flustered reactions are just too cute and make her want to tease him even more, prompting a heavily blushing Sora to desperately beg her to stop and demand she actually put some proper clothes on before the kitchen gets messy, which she cheerfully agrees to do. Throwing on an apron, she excitedly announces that it is finally cooking time, with him absolutely thrilled by the simple joy of sharing a kitchen together. She casually asks if he is a picky eater, to which a relieved Sora happily confirms he is not. She proudly reveals that she completely anticipated this exact scenario and already fully stocked the kitchen, giving him total free rein to use whatever ingredients he wants. Taking her up on the generous offer, Sora opens the fridge and is instantly blown away by the sight of incredibly high-quality, wildly expensive beef sitting right on the shelf. Exploring further, Sora totally geeks out over the massive collection of rare spices and top-tier cooking equipment, excitedly realizing he could whip up some truly amazing meals if he just learned a few new recipes. Watching him completely light up over the kitchen supplies, Luna curiously asks if he actually enjoys cooking, prompting him to awkwardly snap out of his daze and confirm that he does. He bashfully explains that since he always had to fend for himself back at his old rundown apartment, he naturally picked up cooking out of pure necessity. He shyly admits that going from constantly scraping the bottom of the barrel to suddenly having access to a flawless, fully equipped kitchen just got him a little too excited, while Luna hums thoughtfully at his sweet confession. Deciding to fully embrace his domestic skills, she happily declares that they definitely need to go shopping next time to find something that looks absolutely great on him. When he confusedly asks what she means, she playfully tugs at her own outfit and clarifies that she is talking about getting him his very own apron. A slight blush creeps across his face as he processes her casual promise of future shopping dates, softly agreeing to the cute idea. Desperately trying to hide his growing embarrassment and get the situation back on track, he quickly changes the subject to focus on the actual cooking. He announces his grand plan to whip up a hearty batch of beef stew for dinner, but notes that they need to get the rice cooker started first. Luna immediately jumps at the opportunity and enthusiastically volunteers for the simple task, taking his casual permission as a completely serious mission. Assuming he has a massive appetite, she happily dumps a huge portion of raw rice into the bowl before making the absolutely unhinged culinary decision to pour her favorite sweet grape juice directly into the mix instead of water. Proudly declaring that it is going to smell amazing, she hits the start button while a completely oblivious Sora blindly praises her perfect execution without actually checking what she just did. Sora takes a bite of the dish she prepared, trying to convince himself that maybe it is just abnormally sticky rice, but the sheer horrifying taste quickly crushes his optimism. He instantly realizes that despite how incredibly natural and effortless her cooking process seemed, she did not actually make food, she essentially brewed straight-up poison. Sora belatedly realizes that someone raised as incredibly wealthy as her probably has zero experience in the kitchen, meaning she might actually be absolute trash at cooking. Despite his desperate attempts to politely excuse himself from eating by claiming he does not want to intrude on her hard work, she simply pouts and playfully complains that he is being annoying and stingy since she made the dish specifically for him. Their tense kitchen standoff is suddenly interrupted when she lets out a loud shriek, prompting a startled Sora to frantically check what happened. He is left completely speechless to find she has managed to spill her entire beverage all over her top, sheepishly explaining that she just wanted to finish the rest of the drink and immediately got punished for her terrible manners. While helping her clean up, she dramatically sighs and whines that she knew she should have just worn a swimsuit in the kitchen to avoid this mess. Sora awkwardly sweat drops at her bizarre fashion logic while firmly concluding to himself that they should absolutely never let her step foot in the kitchen again. Deciding to move past the drink disaster, a cheerful Sora keeps the dinner prep moving and asks if he can at least entrust her with making the salad. She enthusiastically salutes the task, promising to whip up the absolute best dressing, though her chaotic choice of ingredients like honey and garlic immediately leaves a highly skeptical Sora dreading the final result. Once dinner is finally served, she eagerly digs into the beef stew Sora prepared and is instantly blown away by the incredible flavor. She completely showers him with dramatic praise, calling the meal the most delicious thing in the universe, and wondering if he is secretly some kind of culinary genius, while a humbled Sora can only offer a sheepish thank you. As they eat, Sora casually laughs off her extreme compliments, jokingly pointing out that her sticky rice is totally doughy and that the weird flavors she mixed in make it taste so bizarre he can only laugh. His lighthearted critique instantly causes her to freeze in dead silence as she suddenly demands he hold on. With a look of sheer horror and devastation washing over her face, she slowly realizes that the bizarrely doughy rice and the highly questionable salad were entirely her creations. She trembles in complete shock as she finally questions if she is actually terrible at cooking, leaving a deadpan Sora to quietly wonder how she is only just now realizing this. She spirals into absolute despair, sweat-purring, as she miserably questions if the food would have tasted infinitely better if she had simply stayed out of the way and not meddled with the recipe. Sensing her rapidly crashing self-esteem, a panicked Sora frantically tries to reassure her that is absolutely not the case. Desperately trying to salvage her feelings, Sora forcefully stuffs his mouth with her incredibly chewy rice, claiming that he actually had no idea how perfectly sticky rice pairs with beef stew, while politely calling her sweet berry and garlic sauce highly creative. Her eyes instantly well up with tears of absolute joy over his sweet gesture, completely misinterpreting his choked-down meal as a heartwarming attempt to cheer her up, while a suffering Sora internally screams that he was just trying to survive. Sora cheerfully notes how great it is to have a lively meal together, while Luna warmly replies that seeing him enjoy her cooking brings her immense joy, especially since they get to the experience side by side. He explains that he is usually stuck preparing meals and eating them all by himself, so having the chance to actually cook together today has been an incredibly fun and refreshing change of pace for him. Nervously scratching his cheek, Sora bashfully points out that it is completely natural for married couples to support each other with their weaknesses, expressing his sincere hope that they can build that exact same kind of cooperative dynamic moving forward. He immediately panics and apologizes for running his mouth, desperately explaining that he just wants to find a proper way to repay her for everything she has done. But she suddenly reaches out and gently presses a finger against his lips to silence him. Looking at him with a deeply flushed face, she boldly declares that if he really wants to repay her, he needs to drop the strict formalities and start calling her by her first name instead. She softly admits that hearing him say her name would make her incredibly happy, causing a heavily blushing Sora to nervously test out calling her Luna, which instantly wipes his mind of all his previous frantic worries, as he hopelessly surrenders to the golden rule of a happy wife making a happy life. The story briefly recaps their recent domestic struggles, reminding the audience that they quickly discovered just how totally disastrous Luna is at basic household chores, while Sora realizes he still barely knows anything else about his brand new wife. Getting back into the swing of things, Sora cheerfully announces that they are finally starting to settle into a proper groove with their living arrangements, as they review a new schedule stuck to the fridge. She casually declares that Sora will be handling the vast majority of the household chores for now, though she promises to practice and eventually help out, while a highly motivated Sora happily accepts the massive workload as their official chore chart confirms. She is basically just taking out the trash and providing all the money. Luna enthusiastically spins around, overjoyed that setting up household rules makes their newlywed life feel incredibly real. While Sora is initially just glad to see her so happy, something suddenly catches his eye and makes him freeze in confusion. He urgently calls for a timeout and points straight at the chore list pinned to the wall, prompting a totally confused Luna to ask what could possibly be wrong with it. Staring at the paper, her eyes widen in sudden realization as she dramatically gasps that they completely forgot to include a crucial rule that is absolutely vital for any married couple. Sora instantly panics, his mind racing to figure out what incredibly important husband and wife activity they missed, nervously bracing himself as he asks her to clarify. Looking completely serious, She bluntly declares that they need to officially schedule exactly when, where, and for how long they are going to openly flirt with each other, nearly making Sora choke on his own spit. As he loudly questions her insane priorities, she angrily defends the idea by pointing out that up until this exact moment, he has fiercely rejected absolutely every single one of her romantic advances. A rapid-fire montage of all her aggressively seductive moments flashes through his mind, forcing a heavily sweating Sora to guiltily admit that he really has been dodging her at every single turn. Staring him down, she intensely declares that she desperately wants to make out with him way more often, leaving Sora completely exhausted by her totally unfiltered honesty. He nervously tries to defend his constant rejections by reminding her of his promise to never act irresponsibly towards her, earnestly begging her to just hold off on the heavy romance until he can actually get his chaotic life completely figured out. Luna playfully corners Sora by reminding him of his own words, pointing out that he previously agreed it would be incredibly unfair for their relationship to remain entirely one-sided. She teasingly adds that completely ignoring his wife's overflowing desires would just make him a terribly irresponsible husband, sending a highly flustered Sora into an immediate panic over the sudden mention of her desires. Dialing up her playful logic, she smoothly argues that regular physical affection is an absolutely indispensable part of maintaining a harmonious married life. She confidently declares that instead of trying to avoid intimacy, he should actively be encouraging it, leaving a sweating Sora to awkwardly admit to himself that she actually might have a very solid point. With her argument successfully established, she enthusiastically throws her hands up and cheerfully announces the official launch of her brand new plan to get him entirely used to flirting by heavily incorporating physical affection into their everyday routines. While she happily celebrates her new master plan, Sora realizes he is just helplessly getting swept away by her overwhelming momentum and frantically questions if he is actually going to survive this increasingly crazy living arrangement. Trying to ease his nerves, Luna casually compares physical intimacy to standard international greetings, explaining that while it is totally normal for Japanese people to get incredibly shy during their first time, it quickly becomes an absolute breeze once he actually gets used to it. She brings up a specific social media post recommended by one of her classmates, completely ignoring Sora's internal shock that she is already freely discussing their intimate life at school. She cheerfully explains that the post acts as a step-by-step guide for couples to steadily increase their physical affection, enthusiastically declaring that the very first step of simply holding hands is way too easy for them. Boldly closing the distance between them, she casually leans her body weight entirely against his and confidently declares that conquering the first step of intimacy is an absolute piece of cake, while a heavily blushing Sora desperately wishes he'd her incredible confidence. As his heart practically beats out of his chest, Sora silently admits that while she can breeze through these steps without breaking a sweat, every single tiny thing she does instantly sends his system into total overdrive. Completely unfazed by his internal crisis, Luna scrolls down to the next level on the list and cheerfully announces that it is time for a proper hug. Turning to face him, she happily demands he come over, leaving Sora completely baffled as he realizes she expects him to be the one initiating the contact this time. She playfully confirms his suspicion, explaining that since she is constantly the one making the first move, it is officially his turn to step up and give her a proper embrace. With an incredibly smug smile, she confidently invites him to wrap his arms around her and squeeze with absolutely all of his might, leaving a heavily flustered Sora quietly grumbling over just how incredibly pleased with herself she is acting. Radiating an absolutely blinding aura of expectation, Luna cheerfully urges Sora to hurry up and make his move. Mustering every ounce of his courage, Sora dives right in and completely wraps her in a massive embrace, mentally screaming in absolute embarrassment over how incredibly clingy and desperate he feels. The sheer softness of her body instantly throws him for a loop, sending his brain into a massive panic over how much pressure to apply, especially with her chest pressing right up against him as he desperately asks if this is good enough. Completely unfazed by his awkward panicking, Luna simply melts right into the embrace with a blissfully happy smile on her face. Pulling back from the intense squeeze, she bursts into laughter and teases him for using way too much power finding his extreme awkwardness absolutely adorable while he profusely apologizes for the clumsy attempt. Showering him with praise for a job well done, she immediately consults her phone to check their progress and enthusiastically announces that the next logical step in their romantic journey is a kiss, leaving Sora utterly shell-shocked. Smoothly pointing out that they almost crossed that line before anyway, she playfully leans in and declares she is totally ready whenever he is, while a heavily sweating Sora actively attempts to negotiate it down to just a simple peck on the cheek. She immediately dials up the teasing by playfully tapping her lips and asking if he was actually bold enough to go straight for the mouth, prompting him to firmly lock in his decision for a cheek kiss to salvage whatever is left of his sanity. Laughing off her own joke, she kindly offers him her cheek, completely freezing him in his tracks as he becomes entirely mesmerized by her pale skin, long eyelashes, and stunning beauty up close. As he takes a hesitant step forward, a massive wave of doubt suddenly washes over him, leaving him paralyzed by the sheer gravity of the moment, as he seriously questions if a guy like him actually has the right to kiss someone so gorgeous. Sora tries desperately to keep his composure, telling himself that her innocent bedroom sanctuary should not be defiled, but his mind instantly spirals in a different direction. He cannot help but wonder why she is always so completely unfazed by these highly intimate moments, leading to a sudden soul-crushing suspicion that she must have had plenty of relationship experience with past boyfriends. He torments himself with the agonizing idea that she is only able to casually toy with a completely inexperienced virgin like him because she is secretly a seasoned expert in romance. The mere thought of her having a romantic history makes him feel physically sick, leaving him wallowing in self-pity over how incredibly narrow-minded and petty he is being. He gloomily broods over his own jealousy, prompting a highly confused Runna to wonder why his mood suddenly took a massive nosedive. Misinterpreting his sudden depression, she cheerfully laughs it off and assumes that she simply teased him too much, suggesting that maybe jumping straight to a kiss is a bit too fast for their current pace. She playfully proposes making a kiss their next milestone, to work toward privately admitting to herself that she was far too nervous to actually pull it off anyway. Driven by a sudden surge of impulsive courage, Sora catches her completely off guard by planting a quick kiss right on her cheek. Runna is left frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock, and her face turning bright red at his incredibly unexpected move. The instant physical contact leaves Sora's head spinning, his brain barely able to process the incredible softness of her skin and the intoxicatingly sweet scent that completely overwhelms his senses. The reality of his daring action hits him immediately, causing Sora to freak out and frantically apologize for acting so recklessly on impulse. While she tries to play it cool by claiming she was simply a bit surprised, Sora completely collapses onto the floor in absolute mortification, desperately screaming that he wants to die of sheer embarrassment. She teases him for being so incredibly shy and finds his rapid-fire facial expressions absolutely hilarious. Meanwhile, a thoroughly defeated Sora can only groan in misery. Trying his best to be a responsible future husband, Sora weakly promises that he will do his absolute best to get used to physical intimacy, sincerely apologizing for his complete lack of experience. However, his earnest words completely backfire on her, leaving a heavily blushing Runna biting her fingers in total flustered silence as her own heart beats wildly. Trying to maintain her confident persona, despite being thoroughly rattled by his sweetness, she flashes a shaky, heavily blushing smile and breathlessly reassures him not to worry about a thing. Catching his breath from the sheer exhaustion of their intense situation, a heavily sweating Sora tries to hype himself up by noting that he has miraculously managed to keep pace with her demands so far and vows to keep pushing forward. His determination instantly shatters when Luna proudly holds up her phone to reveal that the final step of her master plan is straight-up adult bonding, leaving a completely terrified Sora to desperately scream her name in utter disbelief, as she fully commits to going all the way. As she happily makes her move, Sora frantically begs for mercy, but the narrative completely cuts the scene short, casually explaining that their intense physical bonding session had to be put on indefinite hold, because neither of them would actually be able to restrain themselves if things went any further. Jumping forward in time to give a sudden update on their chaotic relationship, Luna cheerfully announces to the world that she and her beloved husband have officially been living together for an entire month now. Overjoyed with their established domestic routine and high school life, she reflects on how incredibly smooth and perfect things have been lately, only to ominously hint that her absolute happiness is about to hit a major roadblock. The sudden disruption comes directly from Sora, who nervously smiles and apologizes while casually announcing that he needs to make a mysterious detour and head home by himself today. Left completely behind in the classroom, a deeply concerned Luna watches him walk away and quietly realizes that her new husband has definitely been acting incredibly strange and keeping secrets from her lately. Flashing back to document the very first instance of his suspicious behavior, the scene shifts to the end of a regular school day as their classmates begin packing up and saying their goodbyes. Bouncing right up to his desk with her usual boundless energy, an excited Luna praises his hard work for the day and cheerfully assumes they are going to walk back to their mansion together, just like always. Luna casually mentions she has some sudden business to attend to after school, prompting a slightly confused Sora to explain that he also got held up by the teacher for some extra work. Her initial disappointment instantly vanishes as she cheerfully praises him for being reliable enough that even the faculty depends on him. She happily offers to just wait for him in the classroom until he finishes, but a heavily panicking Sora quickly shoots the idea down, insisting that his tasks will take a while and heavily encouraging her to just head home without him. Sora hastily excuses himself and promises to be back before dinner, leaving a completely stunned Luna reaching out as he bolts out the door. Left completely alone, she instantly spirals into intense loneliness, dramatically mourning the loss of their daily walk home together and missing his usual sweet compliments. Flashing back to another recent incident, Sora casually announces that he plans to head out to the library to study on Saturday, catching the attention of a lounging Luna, who asks about his outing while he gets incredibly distracted by her bold choice to just hang out in her underwear. She playfully suggests tagging along to study together, insisting she needs to work hard to match his academic level despite already having surprisingly excellent grades. However, Sora completely shuts her down, awkwardly explaining that he really needs to be alone to properly focus and encouraging her to just enjoy her free time without him, leaving her visibly put off by the rejection. She absolutely refuses to accept his flimsy excuse, loudly declaring that she would be way too lonely by herself, and forcefully inviting herself along while a panicking Sora desperately tries to warn her about her melting ice pop making a sticky mess everywhere. Snapping back to the present day, a deeply suspicious Luna sips her juice and reflects on these recent strange interactions, coming to the troubling conclusion that Sora is actively trying to put some serious distance between them. She frantically tries to justify her clinging, insisting that she totally understands the importance of personal space and absolutely doesn't want to trap him. However, her intuition screams that something is seriously wrong, leaving her completely convinced that he is definitely hiding a major secret behind her back. Resorting to absolutely extreme measures, her mind races with insane surveillance options to uncover the truth, dangerously debating whether she should secretly tail him herself, hire a professional detective, or just straight up slap a GPS tracker on him. She violently shakes off the crazy ideas, scolding herself for even considering such toxic stalker behavior now that they are officially together, though she awkwardly glosses over her past creeping habits. Finally, deciding she is just severely overthinking his need for alone time, her internal crisis is suddenly interrupted by a massive, shocking shout echoing from down the hallway about a completely unexpected breakup. Luna quietly eavesdrops as a classmate casually explains a recent breakup, admitting she probably just came on way too strong right after they started dating. The girl reveals that she aggressively planned their outings by buying tickets in advance and constantly bringing incredibly fancy handmade lunches for them too. The heartbroken girl sighs and explains that her ex dumped her because he found all that intense effort to be completely overwhelming. Her friend immediately jumps to her defense, angrily arguing that she was simply acting like an incredibly loving and devoted girlfriend. Dragging Luna right into the dramatic conversation, the fired-up friend demands to know if she also thinks it is completely heartless for a guy to complain about a girl being too intense. Assuming Luna is an absolute romance expert, they look to her for validation, but the blunt question actually sends Luna into a deep spiral as the harsh reality perfectly mirrors her own crazy situation. Panic completely takes over as Luna suddenly realizes that if packing cute lunches and buying movie tickets are considered way too intense, then buying Sora a literal mansion, erasing his massive debt, and forcing him into her bed must make her an absolute psycho. While her friends casually transition to talking about splitting date costs, a deeply traumatized Luna violently grabs their shoulders and frantically screams that the intense desire to get lovey-dovey with a crush is a terrifyingly dangerous emotion that she cannot even begin to describe. Her friends awkwardly excuse themselves with the recently dumped girl cheerfully promising to dial it back and try again next time while Luna waves them off. Left completely alone with her spiraling thoughts, Luna solemnly wonders why Sora hasn't just flat out told her that he secretly hates all of her incredibly overbearing actions. She quietly reflects on the fact that their crazy relationship has already lasted a full month, painfully realizing that despite her constantly showering him with affection, he has never actually said he loves her back. The heavy reality sinks in that she literally used cold hard cash to force him into taking her as his wife right from the start, leaving her feeling deeply insecure as she hopelessly questions if it is completely impossible to ever make a bot partner genuinely fall in love. Feeling entirely overwhelmed by her sudden wave of massive self-doubt, a gloomy Luna decides to just shake it off and head home for the day. She casually slides open a nearby classroom door only to completely freeze when she unexpectedly spots Sora cheerfully chatting and laughing with his friends as they wrap up their cleaning duties. Watching him happily joke around with his classmates, her mind immediately flashes back to earlier that morning as a sudden highly suspicious realization hits her, frantically wondering why on earth she saw him packing a lunchbox before school. She frantically pieces together their recent living arrangements, specifically recalling the week they laid out all their household rules, and Sora eagerly volunteered to handle the cleaning duties to pull his weight. The sudden realization that he has complete access to the entire house while doing chores leads her to wildly panic over the terrifying possibility that he might have actually gone into her private bedroom. Absolutely mortified by the horrifying thought of him casually wandering into her absolute most private space while doing his chores, a heavily blushing Luna stands completely frozen in the doorway as she braces herself for the ultimate embarrassment. Luna deeply ponders if Sora's constant need for distance is because he actually found out her secret, though she still holds out hope that he could eventually fall for her regardless. She quietly worries if he somehow discovered her hidden past, leaving a massive mystery hanging in the air about what her true colors actually are. Moving on to another evening, Sora notices Luna quietly chewing her dinner with a slightly gloomy expression, and quickly asks if there is something wrong with the meal he cooked. She instantly snaps out of her daze to enthusiastically reassure him that his cooking is absolutely delicious, as always, letting Sora breathe a massive sigh of relief. However, the light-hearted atmosphere suddenly shifts as she pauses her meal and seriously tells him that there is something important she needs to discuss. Staring him down across the table, she bluntly demands to know exactly where he keeps running off to after school every single day, catching him completely off guard mid-sip. A heavily sweating Sora frantically stammers out a terrible excuse, nervously claiming that he was just helping out his teacher again, before trailing off awkwardly. Luna instantly sees right through his terrible bluff and fiercely accuses him of lying, pointing out that there is absolutely no way a teacher would keep him that late on such a regular basis. Sora frantically apologizes to Luna, pledging to communicate much better and keep her fully informed in the future, while internally panicking over why she seems so upset. However, Luna softly tells him that his lack of communication is actually not the root of the problem. Looking incredibly downcast, Luna admits that she has probably been coming on way too strong since the beginning. She then drops a massive bombshell, quietly wondering if they should just call off their relationship and living arrangement entirely. Sora is completely blindsided by her sudden depressing turn of thought, staring at her in absolute shock, as he frantically asks what on earth she could possibly mean by wanting to break things off. Luna tearfully explains that his sudden emotional distancing has made her feel like he is already completely sick of her presence. She sadly assumes that her aggressive, overbearing approach was simply annoying him, leaving him to desperately wish for some personal space. Luna confesses that she knows he has been quietly grappling with the massive weight of marriage and all the serious responsibilities that come with it. She figures he has been overthinking everything in silence just to avoid saying something that might hurt her. Luna quietly admits she has spent a lot of time worrying that she is nothing but a massive burden to him. She starts to add another point, but Sora's emotional reaction builds as he clenches his fist, unable to let her continue downplaying herself. The conversation takes a sudden sharp turn when she point-blank asks if he happened to see what was inside her private room. Sora nervously waits for her response, and Luna is left incredibly flustered as she quietly and awkwardly confesses that the accusation is indeed true. Instead of getting angry, Sora deeply bows his head and sincerely apologizes, admitting that his cold and distant behavior lately has been completely uncalled for. His sudden heartfelt apology catches Luna completely off guard, sending her into a state of panic as she frantically tries to protest his apology. Luna quickly tries to reassure him that she was never trying to force an apology out of him, explaining that she only wanted him to his burdens so they could work through them together. However, Sora awkwardly interrupts her to bring up a completely different issue, mentioning that there was actually one specific thing he noticed when he saw her room, instantly sending a jolt of panic through her. Sora awkwardly confesses that while he was busy cleaning the house, he got incredibly curious about the overall vibe of her private bedroom. He jokingly blames an imaginary evil spirit for tempting him to check it out, profusely apologizing while firmly promising he would absolutely never step foot inside without her permission, leaving a confused Luna to wonder where this sudden confession is going. Luna cuts straight to the chase and directly asks why he has been completely avoiding her lately, prompting an incredibly nervous Sora to frantically stammer out that he definitely wasn't dodging her on purpose. Building up his courage after dodging her questions, he awkwardly announces that he actually has something incredibly important to give her. He finally unveils the massive surprise he had been working so hard on, proudly presenting a beautifully crafted ring to make up for his recent secretive behavior. Offering the jewelry box right in front of her, a heavily blushing Sora leaves Luna completely paralyzed in absolute shock over the incredibly sudden romantic gesture. Still trying to process the unbelievable reality of the moment, she softly asks if it is actually a ring, prompting an incredibly flustered Sora to confirm it, as he desperately tries to explain the reasoning behind his massive surprise. He shyly explains that with all their brand new daily routines and living rules, he felt like he was constantly causing trouble for her. Admitting that she was shouldering absolutely all the heavy lifting for their marriage, he desperately wanted to find some tangible way to contribute and show his own genuine commitment. He immediately starts second-guessing himself, rapidly backpedaling as he bashfully admits that the ring is way too cheap to be a permanent engagement piece. He nervously notes that he is looking way too far into the future, but earnestly explains that he just desperately wanted to do something special for her right now. The pieces finally click together for Luna as she realizes his sudden absences were just him staying out late to afford the gift. Sora sheepishly confirms her theory, casually admitting he simply picked up his old middle school habit of working grueling part-time jobs just so he could secretly buy the ring with his own hard-earned cash. Overwhelmed by the sheer weight of his incredible effort and unwavering dedication, Luna completely breaks down and starts bawling her eyes out, sending a totally panicked Sora into a frenzy as he desperately tries to calm her down. Luna suddenly bursts into tears and lunges forward to wrap him in a desperate, tearful hug, repeatedly sobbing apologies while clutching a small ring box in her hand. A completely startled Sora is left totally speechless by her sudden, dramatic, emotional breakdown. As Luna continues to sob and apologize for being so incredibly awful, Sora completely panics, desperately begging her not to cry while internally stressing over the horrifying realization that he just made a girl cry. Wiping her tears, she explains that he went out of his way to do something so incredibly thoughtful for her, whereas she did nothing but doubt his intentions and yell at him in return. Luna hides her face in absolute embarrassment, groaning over how dramatically she overreacted and made such a massive, unnecessary deal out of the whole situation. Sora sheepishly sweat drops and tries to comfort her, admitting that he certainly did not help matters by being so incredibly secretive about his plans in the first place. Luna shyly peeks at the gorgeous moon-shaped ring inside the box, softly whispering that she feels like she doesn't deserve to accept something so incredibly wonderful after how she behaved. Believing she is actually rejecting his gift, a panicked Sora gasps in shock, prompting her to immediately correct him by shouting that she absolutely does want it, but still feels deeply conflicted. Overwhelmed with sheer happiness, she tears up all over again, profusely apologizing while thanking him from the bottom of her heart for the beautiful gift. A deeply relieved Sora relaxes and smiles, only for Luna to suddenly sniffle and bluntly command him to put the ring on her, leaving him to blushingly agree, despite finding the gesture a little embarrassing. As Sora gently slips the ring onto her finger, he softly asks her to speak up and tell him if anything he does ever ends up making her upset. He explains that he wants to learn how to do better next time and become a partner she can completely rely on. He asks her to promise to everything with him, whether they are good things, bad things, or even just her struggles with studying. He warmly explains that communicating through everything is exactly how they will steadily grow and eventually become a real husband and wife. Luna stands completely transfixed, her face flushing a deep crimson as his incredibly mature and sincere promise touches her heart in a way she never expected. Clutching her hand to her chest, she admires the beautiful ring sparkling on her finger and softly whispers her agreement to his sweet promise. Back in his own room, a thoroughly exhausted Sora collapses onto his bed, reflecting on how incredibly chaotic their evening turned out to be. Despite the emotional roller coaster and all the crazy drama, he lets out a peaceful sigh, feeling genuinely happy that he was finally able to give her the gift. Luna nervously complains that since she wasn't the one who actually picked out the ring, having him dictate exactly what she should do with it feels completely wrong. Meanwhile, a slightly confused Sora internally reflects that the second he laid eyes on that specific ring, his absolute only thought was how desperately he wanted her to have it. Seeing her still completely overwhelmed and teary-eyed, a relieved but exhausted Sora smiles to himself and firmly decides he needs to be way more careful with his future surprises, so he doesn't accidentally cause her this much massive stress ever again. As Sora settles into bed for the night, the door suddenly creaks open and Luna softly asks if he is still awake. He confirms that he is, but points out they should probably be getting to sleep soon. His casual bedtime suggestion dies in his throat as she suddenly steps into the room completely decked out in an incredibly bold and highly revealing set of lingerie, leaving him utterly speechless. Gently closing the distance between them, she softly apologizes for the sudden intrusion before leaning in close and desperately pleading for him to just give in and take her for the night. Picking right back up from her shocking late-night ambush, a heavily flushed Luna leans over a completely paralyzed Sora and desperately begs him to fully claim her just this once. Before she can completely close the gap, a frantic Sora throws his hands up to gently push her back by the shoulders, nervously stammering out her name to halt her aggressive advance. He desperately screams out her name to snap her out of her seductive trance, frantically reminding her about the strict physical boundaries they had previously established to keep themselves in check. She innocently quotes his previous vow about refusing to act irresponsibly and waiting until he can take full responsibility, prompting her to happily conclude that they just need to reach adulthood to finally do the deed. A heavily sweating Sora weakly agrees that they should at least wait until they are adults, realizing she completely missed the deeper meaning behind his heartfelt promise, but deciding it is definitely safer not to push his luck tonight. Luna wraps Sora in a tight hold, passionately explaining that she simply cannot bear to wait years to fully solidify their relationship. She reassures him that he already acts with total responsibility toward her, meaning their bond is not going to change whether they act now or down the road, leaving a highly flustered Sora desperately scrambling to find a logical counterargument. Trying to make her see reason, Sora presents a hypothetical scenario, asking her what she would do if he ended up just like his irresponsible parents and refused to ever pay her back. He nervously questions if she would still trust him if he turned out to be the type of guy who simply takes what he wants and then runs away. Luna immediately dismisses his worries with absolute certainty, gently telling him that he would never behave so irresponsibly. She points out that she is completely confident in his character, because she has been closely observing him this entire time, leaving Sora utterly stunned by her unwavering faith in him. Sora's mind starts spinning as he realizes she seems to know absolutely everything about him, making him question where she came from and why she fell in love with him in the first place. He silently wonders if she would even be willing to reveal the truth if he gathered the courage to ask. He acknowledges that Luna seems to have far more experience with relationships than him, and while it might be completely normal for couples living under the same roof to take the next step a lingering feeling of doubt and hesitation continues to plague his mind. Sora deeply worries that his complete lack of experience makes him too irresponsible to properly reciprocate her intense feelings. He tells himself that he absolutely refuses to drag her down or unfairly push his own personal insecurities and problems onto her. Sora reflects on how she was the one who saved him from absolute ruin, and after spending the last month and a half living by her side, he cannot stop himself from wondering why such an incredible girl would ever choose someone like him. He begins to realize that perhaps his constant hesitation and desire to keep his distance was just a defense mechanism, because he ultimately felt deeply inferior to her. Confronting his own insecurities, Sora resolves that if his feelings of inferiority were indeed what was holding him back, then he needs to finally change his mindset. Suddenly shifting the dynamic entirely, Sora catches Luna completely off guard, prompting her to gasp in surprise. He looks down at her with a deeply serious expression, asking her if she is absolutely sure she wants to go through with this. Sora nervously admits his complete lack of experience, stammering out that he probably won't be any good since this is his very first time, and cautiously asks if she is truly still okay with taking things this far. Looking up at him with a deeply affectionate and serious expression, Luna softly confirms that as long as it is him, she is absolutely certain about her decision. Reaching her hands out to him, she tenderly reassures her flustered husband that she is completely fine with absolutely anything he wants to do. Fully surrendering to the intensely intimate atmosphere, she boldly throws her arms open and demands that he take her right then and there. Looking down at her with a heavily flushed face, a deeply moved Sora softly whispers her name, as the romantic tension hits an absolute boiling point. Instead of making a wildly explicit move, Sora suddenly lunges forward and wraps her in a massive, desperate embrace, leaving a completely startled Luna gasping his name in shock. He buries himself against her while panting heavily from the sheer adrenaline of the moment, causing Luna to let out a soft shudder as she completely freezes up in total confusion over his sudden change of pace. Breaking the heavy silence in the room, Sora gently asks if she is actually okay, drawing out a weak, breathy squeak from his bewildered wife. Pulling back slightly to look at her, Sora points out that her entire body is actually trembling like crazy, catching a completely flustered Luna totally off guard as she realizes her tough facade is completely shattering. A panicked Sora immediately starts to stammer out an apology for pushing things too far, but a wide-eyed Luna frantically cuts him off with a loud, nervous laugh as she desperately tries to insist that she is totally fine despite her obvious physical freak out. Luna shyly admits she is in no position to judge his panic, completely catching Sora off guard by confessing that being this intimate with a guy is actually a total first for her as well, which explains why she was getting so surprisingly nervous. Sora stares in absolute disbelief and asks if she is seriously telling the truth, prompting an embarrassed Luna to confirm it while playfully calling him rude for doubting her. He immediately demands to know why she is constantly coming onto him so aggressively if she has zero experience, leaving her completely flustered as she tries to find the right words. She desperately explains that she simply cannot control herself around him and genuinely just wants to put her absolute best effort into their marriage. Blushing furiously, she admits she dressed up in lingerie tonight specifically to be a little naughty since she belongs entirely to him from head to toe. The sheer earnestness of her confession completely breaks the intense tension, causing Sora to suddenly burst out laughing. A highly embarrassed Luna frantically demands to know if there is something wrong with her, but Sora quickly apologizes and reassures her that he was just genuinely surprised by her adorable honesty. Sora casually admits he was just shocked because he totally assumed she was way more experienced, leaving Luna completely speechless with devastation. As he tries to figure out why she is acting so destroyed, she frantically deflects and firmly declares that her lack of experience will absolutely remain their little secret. Smiling warmly, Sora gently pats her head and apologizes, deciding that they definitely should not rush into anything so intense right now. He gently suggests they hold off on crossing that line until they are a little more grown up, leaving Luna completely stunned by his thoughtful patience. Anxious that she ruined the mood, she nervously asks if she was just being a nuisance, which he immediately and firmly denies. He gently explains that since it is her first time too, it is completely natural for her to feel anxious, bashfully adding that he is probably still way too spineless to give her the romantic experience she truly deserves anyway. Looking her right in the eyes, he earnestly declares that since it is a massive first for both of them, it is incredibly important that they do things right. He softly asks if she would be willing to wait and become an adult together with him when the time is right. Sora asks if she is truly okay with holding off, to which she tightly grabs his hand and agrees. However, she nervously asks if he would still accept her even if he discovers she has a ton of uncute flaws. Sora smoothly shuts down her insecurities by reminding her that their promise to eventually become a proper couple was entirely genuine. He firmly vows that, whenever she is feeling anxious or worried about anything, he wants to put in his absolute best effort to help her overcome it together, leaving Luna completely captivated by his deep, unwavering commitment to their future. Sora nervously suggests that they could work hard and study together, a proposal that immediately lights up Luna's face, as she enthusiastically agrees, absolutely thrilled by how incredibly couple-like the idea sounds. Gently taking his hand, Luna sincerely thanks him for constantly keeping her feelings in mind, while Sora gets slightly flustered by the sudden contact, and softly replies that it is absolutely no bother at all. Seamlessly shifting gears into dangerously seductive territory, she boldly suggests that they should learn more about each other's deepest desires and discover exactly how they like to be touched, so they can finally become true adults together. Pressing her chest right up against him, she passionately explains that truly understanding each other's bodies is a crucial part of intimacy, teasingly whispering that exploring those limits will make it feel absolutely incredible when they finally cross that line. Her incredibly spicy logic completely overloads his system, leaving a heavily blushing Sora to weakly stammer out his agreement, as he physically reels from the sheer intensity of her bold seduction. Stepping back from the intensely heated exchange, a deeply exhausted, Sora takes a moment to internally note that, despite the overwhelming teasing, he is just genuinely relieved to see Luna back to her usual energetic self. Luna playfully declares that they are going to have to heavily study up on all sorts of sexy topics together, promising to invent plenty of fun activities for them, while a highly motivated Sora nervously resolves to overcome this massive, intimate hurdle so they can finally do the deed and become a real married couple. The story finally transitions back to the school setting, opening with Sora letting out an awe-struck gasp as he takes his first steps into a massive, sprawling room. He absolutely geeks out over the sheer scale of Mayu Academy's incredible library, completely amazed by the massive selection of brand new releases and endless reference materials, as he happily declares the space to be an absolute paradise. Standing at the school library counter, Sora completely geeks out over the staggering collection of books available at their prestigious academy. Reflecting on how Luna's massive support helped him study his way into the school, he proudly vows to stand on his own 2 feet and make the massive library his new regular hangout spot. Fully fired up, he mentally declares his absolute commitment to studying hard so he never falls behind in his classes, acknowledging that he needs to strictly maintain his momentum even though his academic rank has already significantly improved. Being a responsible husband, he shoots Luna a quick text to let her know he will be studying at the library before heading home. She instantly replies with an enthusiastic okay, leaving Sora quietly baffled over how she effortlessly manages to stay at the absolute top of their class, when she seemingly never cracks open a book at home. His thoughts suddenly drift back to the previous night, recalling a highly intimate moment when Luna softly called out his name in her bedroom. In the steamy flashback, a scantily clad Luna snuggles right up against him in bed, casually asking if he wants to just chat and hang out together until she finally falls asleep. She playfully asks if she should sleep in her incredibly bold lingerie, teasingly pointing out that she needs to get fully used to wearing such scandalous outfits for when they eventually start doing naughty things together. Snapping back to reality, a heavily sweating Sora actively struggles to process just how wildly racy she was acting the night before. His internal panic is completely interrupted when Luna suddenly pops up right beside him in the library, nearly giving him a massive heart attack. She cheerfully celebrates successfully jump-scaring him, while a totally flustered Sora frantically yells to ask what on earth she is doing there. She proudly announces that she rushed straight over to support him the absolute second she saw his text message about studying. While Sora appreciates the sweet gesture, He awkwardly tries to explain that he actually came to the library specifically to be alone and concentrate, completely thrown off by her lightning-fast arrival. She innocently tilts her head and wonders why they cannot just study together, playfully suggesting they check out a book and head back home instead. Sora nervously backs away and stammers out a weak rejection, though his focus completely shifts as he internally melts with pure joy upon noticing that she is proudly wearing the ring he recently gifted her. Sora abruptly sets a firm boundary with Luna, nervously but firmly apologizing as he declares that he absolutely cannot give her any attention while he is busy studying. His sudden serious tone catches her completely off guard, leaving her entirely shocked by the incredibly blunt rejection. He loudly justifies his decision by explaining that he desperately wants to be the absolute best student he can be, fiercely declaring his grand ambition to finally steal the top academic spot right out from under her. Apologizing once more for the inconvenience, a fully determined Sora reiterates his plan to buckle down for some serious studying, leaving Luna completely speechless at his sudden intense drive. Instead of being upset by his rejection, Luna instantly melts into an absolute puddle, totally swooning over how incredibly charming his serious dedication is. She excitedly notes how cool he looks setting firm love boundaries, realizing that her being at the top of the class genuinely frustrated his competitive side, while a sweating Sora awkwardly worries that he might have come on a bit too strong. Bouncing with sheer joy, she happily promises to be a good girl and absolutely stop bothering him, leaving a highly confused Sora to wonder why on earth she is suddenly in such a fantastic mood. She enthusiastically suggests they study together so she can tutor him on anything he is struggling with, prompting Sora to shoot her a deadpan glare, as he stubbornly insists he is perfectly capable of handling the difficult coursework entirely on his own. Quickly switching tactics, Luna pulls out a literature book and playfully begs him to help her out with modern Japanese, instead easily breaking down his defenses as he sighs and agrees to take a look at her work. Sora seriously dives right into the lesson, carefully explaining the author's intended points, while Luna happily sits right beside him, perfectly content to listen to his impromptu tutoring session. A classmate thanks Sora for his help with the study material, asking him to repeat a specific part of the explanation, while a focused Sora casually asks which section he needs to go over again. Sora's intense tutoring session instantly derails when he accidentally glances over at Luna, completely losing his train of thought as she innocently leans over her notes and wonders why he suddenly stopped talking. He fiercely battles his own raging hormones, desperately trying to convince his brain that he absolutely shouldn't be staring at her incredibly distracting figure right in the middle of a serious study session. Sora completely spirals into a massive internal panic, furiously clutching his head in absolute disbelief, as he desperately questions how his legendary rock-solid focus got completely shattered so easily. Reflecting on his past, he mentally groans over the fact that he used to have absolute tunnel vision for his studies and grueling part-time jobs, making his sudden inability to concentrate over a girl incredibly frustrating. Crushed by the overwhelming guilt of being completely distracted by his own teenage hormones, instead of studying, he completely collapses in absolute defeat, while Luna playfully tries to snap him out of his slump. She casually leans in and teasingly reminds him that he really needs to concentrate on his work, completely oblivious to the fact that her intoxicating closeness is exactly the thing that is completely destroying his focus. She cheerfully suggests they take a quick study break to cool down, but a heavily sweating Sora stubbornly refuses, prompting her to happily cheer him on while he awkwardly stammers out a weak defense. She tries to ease his intense academic stress by logically pointing out that their midterms haven't even started, yet gently reminding him that there is absolutely no need to completely run himself into the ground with worry right now. Sora quietly cuts her off, solemnly admitting to her that his impressive academic performance is literally one of the absolute only things in his entire miserable life that he has ever actually been genuinely proud of. Sora explains that studying incredibly hard was the exact method that allowed him to get into the high school of his dreams in the first place, which is why he refuses to settle for just barely keeping pace with his classmates now. Luna listens to his passionate speech in silence, deeply moved by his academic pride and pure determination. Sora continues to vent his frustration, admitting that his struggling grades make him feel like he cannot logically claim he will be able to take proper responsibility for her in the future. He bashfully confesses that losing to her in academics is bad enough, but he feels even worse about his complete lack of concentration whenever she is around, leaving Luna hummed in thoughtful consideration. Luna softly admits that his explanation actually makes perfect sense to her. She sincerely apologizes for treating his dedication so lightheartedly, before expressing her deepest regrets for not realizing how deeply and seriously he truly felt about his future. Luna flashes a brilliant, happy smile and cheerfully reminds him that, as his wife, she should be supporting his hard work just as seriously. Her pure, unexpected sweetness catches him completely off guard, leaving him to softly call out her name in absolute awe of her. After letting out a heavy sigh of relief, Sora bashfully admits that her sweet support has actually given him a massive boost of motivation to do his absolute best. Luna finds his earnest reaction incredibly endearing, bursting into a lighthearted laugh as her heart completely melts. The peaceful moment suddenly shifts when something catches her attention, causing her to stop and gasp softly in surprise. Luna excitedly suggests that if his main goal is to work hard, then her official job as his wife should be to help him completely relax whenever he is on the verge of burning out. A highly skeptical Sora is left completely baffled by her sudden proposal, nervously asking what exactly she means by helping him relax. Without giving him a chance to overthink her suggestion, she closes the distance between them with surprising speed to execute her plan. Luna wraps him in a warm, comforting hug, playfully claiming that physical contact is the absolute best way to relieve his intense academic stress. Meanwhile, a completely flustered Sora can only sweat bullets and freeze up as his heart rate violently spikes. Gently stroking his head, she softly praises him for being such an incredibly hard worker, confidently vowing that she absolutely won't let herself fall behind in supporting him either. Sora is left completely overwhelmed by her tender maternal sweetness, weakly muttering her name as he struggles to maintain his sanity against her boundless affection. In the middle of their study session at the public library, Sora frantically tries to maintain some boundaries by reminding Luna that anyone could easily catch them being way too close. However, his defenses completely crumble when she leans in close and teasingly whispers that she totally caught him peeking at her earlier. Sora is instantly thrown into a state of absolute shock and confusion as he gets a highly distracting view of her bold outfit, completely shattering his ability to focus on his work. Luna casually admits that while she might not be of much help when it comes to actual academic studying, she is more than ready to provide him with all the personal relaxation he could ever need. Boldly locking her arm around his, she cheerfully reminds him of her promise to always be at his beck and call as his devoted wife, leaving a heavily blushing Sora completely defenseless against her playful affection. Struggling to hold back a literal scream of pure embarrassment, Sora desperately tries to endure her intense physical closeness while she happily promises to never let him down. Pushed far past his limit, a sweating Sora quietly declares that he is immediately heading home to lock himself in his room to study in peace, while Luna playfully shuts down his escape plan by telling him to just save his hard work for when their break is officially over. Diving right into the next chapter of their chaotic daily lives, the story gears up to explore more of their increasingly close relationship as a newly cohabitating couple. Starting off a brand new day, Sora heads into the washroom only to realize with mild confusion that they have officially run out of body soap. Before he can even process the missing soap, a completely damp Luna casually walks in wrapped only in a towel to ask what they are running low on, sending a totally panicked Sora into a screaming frenzy as he desperately begs her to actually get dressed first. Luna suddenly gets a brilliant idea and enthusiastically suggests they hit the town to go shopping together tomorrow, catching a slightly startled Sora off guard. Sora casually agrees but points out he could easily just buy whatever they need by himself, prompting Luna to immediately reject his logic and aggressively hug him while demanding they absolutely have to go together. Dialing up her charm while still completely wrapped in her bath towel, she seductively leans in and asks if he doesn't want to go on a proper shopping date with her. The heavy reality of the word completely short-circuits his brain, leaving him screaming in absolute wide-eyed shock at the sudden prospect of an actual date. Standing outside the next day, a heavily sweating Sora is still totally reeling from the concept, frantically asking himself how a guy like him actually ended up on a real date with a girl. He realizes that despite literally living together and already talking about marriage, They somehow completely skipped the basic step of actually going out together, leaving him feeling incredibly bizarre about being this nervous over a simple outing. His massive anxiety is only amplified when he remembers how Luna was excitedly pitching wildly extravagant dinner ideas like luxury districts and chartered cruises, forcing him to completely reject her insane suggestions while panicking over their vastly different financial expectations. He recalls how they eventually compromised on just meeting up at a normal local spot, but his nervous waiting is suddenly cut short when her familiar voice cheerfully calls out his name from a distance. She sweetly apologizes for running a little late, prompting Sora to smoothly turn around and try to casually assure her that he hasn't been waiting long at all. His cool greeting instantly dies in his throat as he takes in her stunningly mature, form-fitting dress, leaving him completely blown away and frantically stumbling over his own words, as he realizes this date is going to be way more intense than he prepared for. Luna breathes a huge sigh of relief, clearly thrilled that things are going well, while Sora internally swoons over just how incredibly cute she looks. As they walk together, passers-by loudly admire Luna's incredible beauty, while immediately questioning if a completely average guy like Sora is actually her boyfriend. Hearing the harsh whispers, a heavily sweating Sora grimly realizes that they stand out way too much, awkwardly trying to play it off when Luna innocently asks if something is wrong. Sora bashfully admits that people are staring simply because she is so gorgeous, but Luna instantly flips the script, playfully teasing that the crowds are obviously just admiring how incredibly cool he is. Her blatant flirting leaves a heavily blushing Sora internally groaning that they sound like a ridiculously lovey-dovey couple. Completely unfazed by the public attention, Luna grabs his hand and cheerfully declares that if he is so worried about people staring at them, they should just aggressively show off their relationship to the world instead. Tugging him along, she happily announces that since they are officially on a date, holding hands is an absolute must. Sora completely panics at the sudden physical contact, frantically stammering as she cheerfully drags him down the street. A highly flustered Sora desperately tries to argue that holding hands in public is a terrible idea that will only make them stand out even more, but Luna simply ignores his protests and happily continues pulling him along. Despite his initial panic, Sora gets totally distracted by how slender and soft her hand feels, reminiscing about their previous intimate moments. Luna quickly snaps him out of his daze, teasingly pointing out that she can feel his pulse rapidly speeding up, while a completely embarrassed Sora begs her to stop measuring his heart rate. Luna is shocked that she accidentally voiced her teasing out loud, but quickly pivots to confessing just how incredibly excited she was for their impromptu date, admitting she could barely sleep the night before. Beaming with pure joy, she happily hypes up all the fun activities they are going to do today. Seeing her usual energetic self, Sora internally smiles and realizes that despite the change in scenery, she is exactly the same amazing girl he lives with. He firmly decides to stop stressing over what random strangers think and simply focus his full attention entirely on her. Completely shaking off his embarrassment, a newly motivated Sora suddenly shouts out their first shopping goal, enthusiastically declaring that they need to go test out a massive variety of soaps until they find the absolute perfect one for her. Luna stares at him intently for a brief moment, before bursting into a massive cheerful smile, playfully teasing Sora for getting a little too excited as she eagerly urges him to start looking around the shop. Sora awkwardly grips the strap of his bag and tries to stammer out a hesitant objection to her enthusiastic momentum. Completely ignoring his hesitation, Luna leans in dangerously close and playfully pokes his chest, boldly declaring that she would be perfectly happy with absolutely any soap as long as it matches his exact scent. A heavily blushing Sora covers his mouth in utter defeat, silently accepting the harsh reality that he will absolutely never win against her overwhelming flirtation. The scene transitions to a successful checkout as the cashier thanks them for their purchase, marking a remarkably smooth and easy start to their official date. While Sora secretly sweats bullets over dropping a massive 10,000 yen on a single bottle of premium soap, an absolutely thrilled Luna celebrates securing her favorite scent and cheerfully suggests they use it together. She casually asks where he wants to head next, and when Sora awkwardly suggests checking out a nearby bookstore, she briefly questions his wildly plain choice of a date spot, before happily laughing it off and agreeing to tag along. Wandering through the store aisles, Sora immediately lights up and completely engrosses himself in the reading material while a totally charmed Luna leans in and fondly admires just how genuinely happy he looks surrounded by books. The newlywed couple decides to head out on an exciting date, arriving at a massive arcade to spend some fun quality time together. Luna enthusiastically cheers him on at the claw machine, fully confident in his skills, as Sora nervously attempts to grab a cute plush toy. To their absolute delight, he successfully snags the prize, prompting Luna to squeeze the plushie with joy while completely showering him with sweet praise. Sora gets briefly distracted while carrying all their shopping bags, suddenly realizing that Luna has completely vanished from his side. Just as he starts looking around for her, she loudly calls out his name from further down the mall, waving him over to check out a new store. Utterly confused, Sora walks over to see what has caught her attention, nervously wondering what kind of surprise she has in store for him now. Sora's jaw completely drops in utter shock when he realizes she has dragged him straight to a highly public underwear boutique, leaving him blushing furiously, while she cheerfully beckons him inside. Luna casually holds up several different lingerie options, bluntly asking him if he prefers a cute style or a more mature look. Sora completely panics over her unfiltered questions in the middle of a public store, especially when she asks what specific colors he likes, since she usually wears black. Luna happily confesses that she has always dreamed of wearing something her special someone picked out just for her, prompting a heavily blushing Sora to lose his mind as his imagination runs wild with the terrifying prospect of choosing her underwear. Noticing the other female shoppers whispering nearby, Sora desperately hits the brakes, frantically arguing that doing this in a public store is way too embarrassing. He tries to play down his panic by awkwardly claiming he knows absolutely nothing about women's clothing anyway. Luna tilts her head in mild surprise, observing his intense awkwardness, as he continues to ramble and sputter in a desperate attempt to escape the store. Instead of backing down, Luna simply slides back the changing room curtain, cheerfully commanding him to wait outside, while she goes ahead to try the outfits on, leaving a completely horrified Sora screaming in absolute shock at her boldness. Sora frantically asks if she really needs to strip right in front of him, trying to play it cool while clearly panicking. Luna completely ignores his protests, casually dropping her clothes to reveal her lingerie and explaining she specifically chose a classic put-together style just to match his personal tastes. Sora completely freezes up in his tracks, letting out a bewildered sound as his brain completely short-circuits over her incredibly tailored fashion choice. Realizing her outfit is definitely a departure from her usual flashy gal style, a slightly embarrassed Sora awkwardly scratches the back of his head. He shyly admits that while he appreciates the effort, he thinks she would look absolutely stunning in whatever outfit she chose to wear. Luna immediately shoots down his generic compliment, stepping closer to firmly declare that she refuses to just wear any random thing. Looking at him with deep affection, she passionately insists that her absolute only goal is to wear the specific things he likes the best. Her sudden, intense closeness sends Sora into a complete panic, making him wildly turn away while frantically screaming that the store clerks will get incredibly mad if they catch them doing this in a public fitting room. Unfazed by his terror, Luna happily demands he just give her a straight answer about the outfit. Still too terrified to look at her, Sora nervously deflects by asking if she even likes wearing outfits like that. Luna simply glances over her shoulder and reiterates that she picked it purely for him, admitting she is actually quite worried it doesn't suit her and desperately wants his honest feedback. Leaning in with an incredibly earnest expression, she softly tells him that she doesn't care at all about his total lack of lingerie expertise. She passionately explains that, as his wife, she simply wants to know exactly what kind of things he wants his bride to wear for him. Hearing her call herself his bride instantly sends his heart into overdrive, leaving him completely flustered. Sensing his weakness, Luna playfully teases him by asking if he would actually prefer something way more erotic, causing Sora to violently scream in denial before awkwardly looking down at his feet to gather his racing thoughts. Finally, mustering up a tiny shred of courage, Sora softly points out that the exact frilly and cutesy style she is wearing right now is actually a perfect match. Her eyes widen in genuine surprise as he earnestly confesses that the outfit truly suits her. Blushing furiously, Sora completely drops his usual defensive walls and delivers the ultimate knockout blow, looking her right in the eyes to honestly admit that he really loves the way she looks. Sora suffers a complete mental breakdown trying to choose between her lingerie options, frantically arguing that her mature vibe is incredibly flattering. But the other style perfectly suits her complexion, leaving him in absolute agony over the impossible decision. Luna bursts into laughter from behind the curtain, teasing him for taking the shopping trip so incredibly seriously. A heavily blushing Sora frantically admits he is getting way too fired up over the whole situation, prompting her to finally lock in her purchase. Peeking out in her chosen set, she playfully promises to wear it around the house so he can get a proper look at it later. A completely flustered Sora frantically agrees but desperately urges her to hurry up and head to the register so they can stop hogging the changing room. Walking out of the store together, a totally satisfied Luna happily declares that the shopping date was an absolute blast. Sora casually carries her massive haul of bags, warmly assuring her that it is no bother at all, despite the surprisingly huge amount of stuff she ended up buying. A deeply relieved Sora reflects on the day, internally admitting that he was initially incredibly anxious about how their first official date would turn out. He lets out a soft chuckle, genuinely happy that they just ended up having a great time in their usual comfortable rhythm. Sora suddenly notices a completely unfamiliar shopping bag in his hands and asks when she bought it. Luna cheerfully reveals that she actually picked that one up specifically for him, encouraging a highly confused Sora to take a peek inside his surprise gift. Pulling the mysterious fabric out of the bag, Sora stares in total surprise as he realizes she bought him a brand new apron. Luna casually reminds him about the time they were cooking dinner together and had briefly mentioned that he desperately needed a nice new apron, causing Sora to immediately recall their past conversation. She playfully hopes he does not mind her picking out the design herself, explaining that she thought it would suit him perfectly. Sora is absolutely touched by the incredibly sweet gesture, deeply moved that she actually remembered such a casual off-the-cuff promise they made a while ago. Flashing a genuinely warm and bright smile, Sora expresses how incredibly happy he is and thanks her from the bottom of his heart, earnestly promising to always treasure the thoughtful gift. As their shopping date wraps up, Luna feels incredibly happy about how peaceful and sweet their time together has become. Luna happily reflects on their day, expressing how excited she is to all kinds of everyday moments together in the future, whether it is buying soap, just hanging out, or having him pick out nice, sexy clothes for her to wear. She playfully teases Sora by asking if he secretly enjoyed picking out her bra, admitting how incredibly happy she is to do real couple stuff together in their daily lives. Luna is incredibly grateful for the wonderful date, thanking Sora from the bottom of her heart for such a special day. Excited for the future, she enthusiastically suggests they go on another date sometime soon, prompting a flustered Sora to eagerly agree that he would love to. Sora silently hopes that next time he can be the one to invite her, resolving to keep creating beautiful new memories together. Upon returning home, Sora's peaceful mood completely evaporates when he realizes the apron she picked out for him is actually an incredibly fancy brand name piece, making him panic over the sheer cost. Back at school, Sora's classmate on class duty frantically apologizes and asks him to take over the remaining chores so she can run some quick errands, to which Sora cheerfully agrees as his close friend Subaru prepares to take the stage. A female classmate cheerfully thanks Subaru for his help before politely excusing herself for the day. The moment she leaves, Sora's old middle school buddy Subaru suddenly calls out to him in the hallway, giving Sora a brief jump scare before he realizes who it is. Subaru eagerly invites him to hang out since it has been ages, but Sora awkwardly declines by claiming he has cleaning duties. A skeptical Subaru immediately points out that Sora has been using that exact same excuse constantly since starting high school. Subaru voices his genuine concern that Sora might have relapsed into his insane middle school workaholic habits, reminding him he is already at a great school. Sora quickly denies it, assuring his friend that his only current job is tutoring Subaru's younger brother. Trying to figure out what is actually taking up all of Sora's free time, Subaru suddenly hits the nail on the head, bluntly asking if Sora is still tangled up with that crazy girl from before, causing Sora to violently flinch in panic. Sora weakly tries to claim that they already settled everything, but a highly suspicious Subaru immediately assumes he got trapped in some insane blackmail or marriage scam. Leaning in uncomfortably close, Subaru seriously asks if his friend is safe, while a heavily sweating Sora desperately insists that he is totally fine. Pausing for a moment, a deeply serious look crosses Sora's face as he realizes he cannot keep lying to his close friend. Deciding he can trust him, Sora seriously states that there is something important he needs to confess. He begins to reveal the truth, resulting in a massive earth-shattering shout of pure shock echoing across the entire school campus. Subaru tries to process the absolutely insane lore drop, summarizing that the crazy girl paid off the massive 50 million yen debt and is now forcing Sora to marry her. When Sora awkwardly adds that they are also officially living together and accidentally calls her by her first name to defend her character, Subaru completely loses his mind, finally connecting the dots that Sora is actually shacked up with the incredibly popular Mamos. Subaru presses Sora to see if he finally figured out why Luna paid off his massive debt and what her actual motives are, but a heavily sweating Sora awkwardly admits he still has absolutely no clue. Sora happily waves goodbye and claims they have mutually agreed to just take things slow for now, leaving a completely exasperated Subaru to faceplant right onto his desk in total disbelief over his friend's insane cluelessness. Subaru stews over the absurd situation in silence, privately acknowledging that while things look fine on the surface and Sora is taking it seriously, it is still absolutely mind-boggling that his buddy is actually living with and marrying their popular classmate Mamos. Spiraling into a jealous funk, Subaru gets incredibly frustrated and dramatically complains about why Sora would hide such a massive secret from him when they are supposed to be absolute best friends. His dramatic sulking session is suddenly interrupted when two female classmates nervously approach his desk from behind, politely apologizing for bothering him while asking if he has a quick minute to discuss some school committee duties. Completely startled from his deep thoughts, a highly nervous Subaru whips around and accidentally glares at them with an absolutely terrifying aura, accidentally shouting and scaring the living daylights out of the poor girls. The terrified classmates immediately bolt away, screaming frantically, apologizing for bothering him, while a completely panicked Subaru reaches out and desperately tries to stop them from fleeing. Left totally alone after accidentally scaring them off, a deeply embarrassed Subaru slumps right back down onto his desk in absolute defeat, miserably lamenting that his highly intimidating face just ruined yet another normal interaction. He solemnly reflects on how his scary vibe has constantly chased people away since middle school, quietly appreciating that Sora is genuinely special for being the only person who was never intimidated by him, which only makes him worry even more about his best friend's crazy debt and sudden marriage. His depressing internal monologue is suddenly cut short when a cheerful voice enthusiastically shouts his name across the room, leaving him completely caught off guard. Luna cheerfully greets a newly awakened Subaru, completely catching the pierced classmate off guard as he stammers out her full name in shock. Still reeling from her casually using his first name, an incredibly flustered Subaru internally notes that Sora is the only person who usually calls him that. Luna playfully teases him for being silly, since he is the only Subaru in their class, prompting him to awkwardly shake off his confusion and ask what she actually needs from him. She cheerfully explains that she is collecting the chemistry notebooks, and his is the absolute last one missing. Handing over his forgotten work, a slightly concerned Subaru points out the massive stack of notebooks she is holding and asks if she can actually manage to carry them all, though Luna confidently brushes off his worry and promises she can easily run them down to the science room. Subaru watches her struggle with the towering pile and suddenly realizes this might be the perfect opportunity for him to investigate her true intentions. Resolving to figure out what her actual deal is, he decides to make a move while she prepares to lift the heavy stack. Stepping up to the plate, Subaru quickly takes the notebooks right out of her hands, internally noting that, while Sora might try to hide it, his best friend's situation is still incredibly suspicious. His sudden intervention leaves a confused Luna blinking in surprise. Fully committing to his impromptu investigation, Subaru firmly declares that the massive stack is way too heavy for one person, and insists on helping her carry it, leaving Luna staring at him in mild shock as he casually hoists the books into the air. Walking down the hallway together, Luna cheerfully praises him for being surprisingly sweet, admitting she never actually expected him to be the type of guy to help a girl out. Meanwhile, a slightly sweating Subaru awkwardly accepts the compliment while desperately trying to figure out how to naturally transition the conversation into his interrogation. Luna completely bypasses small talk and bluntly points out that his tall stature and intense vibe probably make it incredibly hard for people to approach him. Her unfiltered honesty catches Subaru totally off guard, leaving him internally clicking his tongue over just how incredibly direct she is being. She quickly pivots to ask how he manages to get along so perfectly with Sora, prompting Subaru to explain that their tight bond simply comes from being close friends since middle school. Luna suddenly flashes a teasing smile and casually apologizes for completely monopolizing all of Sora's free time lately. Her provocative remark instantly sets Subaru off, causing him to fiercely snap back and demand to know her true endgame, aggressively confronting her about the creepy, massive loan she used to trap his best friend. Luna fiercely defends her incredibly intense motives to Sora's bewildered friend, passionately declaring that absolutely everything she does is simply because she genuinely loves her husband and desperately wants to help him succeed. She wildly rationalizes her extreme actions, boldly claiming that using her massive wealth to literally buy her way into Sora's life is actually just the ultimate power of love, leaving the thoroughly freaked-out friend to mentally scream that she is completely out of her mind. As they pause to gather some scattered papers off the floor, the totally bewildered classmate cautiously asks just how long she has been harboring these incredibly intense romantic feelings for his best buddy. Swearing him to absolute secrecy, a completely smitten Luna playfully promises to spill the juicy details as long as he never breathes a word of it to Sora, leaving the poor guy completely baffled by her chaotic and unpredictable personality. He skeptically questions if she is trying to drag him into some kind of weird, elaborate scheme regarding Sora, but she cheerfully brushes off his suspicions, innocently offering to explain her true feelings while insisting she has absolutely no malicious ulterior motives. Their conversation shifts when Luna notices a small lion mascot charm on his belongings. The friend explains that the little trinket was actually a special gift Sora gave him a long time ago, proudly admitting that he has heavily treasured it ever since. Luna playfully teases him for still stubbornly wearing such a deeply worn-out item, but the fiercely loyal friend immediately defends his prized possession, firmly declaring that he cherishes it simply because it came from his absolute best friend. Seeing his deep appreciation for the small gift, Luna's expression immediately softens into a warm, highly affectionate smile as she lovingly agrees that Sora is exactly the kind of incredibly thoughtful guy who always remembers those special little details. The light-hearted mood instantly shatters as the fiercely protective friend suddenly glares her down, harshly snapping that some crazy rich girl who just randomly showed up out of nowhere has absolutely no right to act like she truly understands Sora. Laying his cards entirely on the table, the incredibly loyal friend bluntly warns her that while he still has absolutely no idea what her crazy endgame actually is, he will never forgive her if she ends up breaking his best friend's heart. Luna is completely overwhelmed with pure joy, holding her face in absolute happiness as she gushes about how thrilled she is, leaving her classmate completely baffled by her explosive emotional reaction. Luna eagerly praises Subaru for being incredibly cool, explaining that, while he usually carries a distant and aloof vibe, talking about Sora finally forced him to act true to his shy self, which makes her absolutely delighted. Subaru desperately tries to downplay her praise, but Luna warmly points out that his reaction just proves how deeply he cares about Sora. She adds that knowing the person she loves has other people who cherish him just as much makes her feel incredibly lucky. Shifting to a softer tone, Luna quietly confides that Sora doesn't actually talk to her very much while they are at school, explaining that he simply doesn't want their classmates to change how they perceive their relationship. Luna cheerfully notes that Sora always talks to Subaru, expressing how genuinely glad she is that he has someone he can trust at school. She happily suggests that they should become friends too, leaving a stunned Subaru to quietly wonder if she really isn't put off by his scary reputation. Luna completely laughs off his worries, revealing that she has always noticed how his face instantly lights up whenever he is around Sora, which she firmly believes is his true kind-hearted self. Looking him right in the eyes, she asks why she would ever be afraid of him, pointing out that the way he constantly carries around his friend's gift proves he is actually an incredibly sweet and loyal guy. Her sweet words strike a deep chord within Subaru, instantly reminding him of a similar warm conversation he had with Sora when they were wrapping up their cleaning duties together. He fondly recalls Sora telling him how different and wonderful he turned out to be up close, eagerly proposing that they make an effort to hang out and spend much more time together like real buddies. Reflecting on his warm friendship with Sora, Subaru quietly admits to himself that being around someone so genuine finally made him feel like he isn't such a scary, isolated guy after all. Subaru seriously explains that since Sora is incredibly important to him and actively kept him from going down a bad path, he absolutely refuses to blindly trust her until he fully figures out what her actual intentions are. He nervously sweats and awkwardly concedes that he is perfectly fine with just talking for now to get to know her better. Taking his hesitant agreement as a total victory, Luna completely ignores all personal boundaries and cheerfully lunges right at him, happily declaring that they are officially friends now, while a terrified Subaru frantically tries to back away. Her aggressive advance ends in total disaster as she accidentally trips and completely collapses right into Subaru's lap, innocently apologizing and checking if he is okay while he sits completely paralyzed in shock. Subaru violently shoves her back and frantically screams for her to get off him right as Sora casually slides the door open and walks directly into the chaotic scene. Sora stops dead in his tracks, his face completely draining of color as he stares in absolute horror and stammers out a demand to know what the two of them are doing, while a totally oblivious Luna happily cheers his name. While Sora stands completely frozen in disbelief, Luna casually flashes a peace sign and cheerfully announces that she was just bonding with his best friend, leaving a highly panicked Subaru to desperately scream that the compromising position is a massive misunderstanding. The chaotic scene cuts to an exterior shot of the school as Sora's agonizing internal scream about getting completely cuckolded rings out, while Subaru desperately continues to beg for his life. Kicking off the new chapter with a hilarious recap, the narration bluntly summarizes that Sora just got completely cucked by his best friend, leaving an absolutely devastated Sora groaning into his desk, while Subaru frantically continues to swear his innocence in the background. Sora desperately tries to convince himself that whatever happened between Luna and Subaru was just a total accident, but his runaway imagination immediately tortures him with highly suspicious scenarios of them acting incredibly close, sending him into a complete sweating panic on his couch. Sora's mind continues to spiral as he gets utterly haunted by the mental image of them together, fueled by highly dramatic delusions of Luna and Subaru plotting to date behind his back. He clenches his fists in absolute agony, completely overwhelmed by a heavy dark wave of intense jealousy that he has never had to deal with in his entire life. Collapsing onto the couch in total exhaustion, Sora desperately tries to apply some logic to his thoughts, skeptically questioning if falling over can actually land people in such a highly suggestive position in real life, or if that only happens in romantic manga. Sora tightly squeezes his pillow and miserably groans that he just wants to die of sheer embarrassment, only to get completely startled when a scantily clad Luna suddenly walks in and asks what on earth he is rambling about. Sora practically jumps out of his skin with a loud yell, prompting a concerned Luna to explain that she only came over to announce she was out of the bath, but got deeply worried when she noticed his incredibly gloomy expression. Sora desperately tries to cover up his massive panic by awkwardly stammering that he was just craving a diet soda, but Luna finds his random late-night timing hilarious and cheerfully offers to an ice pop with him instead, which he quickly declines. Luna casually takes a bite of her cold ice pop, letting out a soft murmur of curiosity as she closely observes his unusually tense behavior. Deciding to ignore his protests, Luna casually climbs right onto the couch next to him, playfully asking him not to mind her squeezing past as she boldly closes the distance between them. Sora is instantly frozen in place with a blazing red face, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as she casually crawls right past him to settle onto the cushions. Happily settling down right next to him on the couch, Luna lets out a satisfied sigh while a heavily sweating Sora stares blankly ahead and quietly realizes that the general atmosphere between them has definitely changed tonight. Sora internally notes that while being aggressively close to Luna is pretty much the daily norm for them, her current proximity is entirely off the charts. Getting completely squeezed by his wife, he awkwardly tries to point out just how incredibly intensely she is closing the distance between them. Luna innocently questions his panic, sweetly explaining that she only got this close because he was looking incredibly sad earlier. She earnestly admits that she absolutely hates seeing him feeling down and just genuinely wanted to help cheer him up. A highly flustered Sora immediately stammers out a weak denial, desperately trying to insist that he is not actually sad or upset about anything at all. Luna instantly calls out his blatant lie and aggressively pulls him even closer. She passionately declares that, while he doesn't have to explain exactly what is wrong, her overwhelming duty as his devoted wife absolutely forbids her from just sitting back and watching him suffer in silence. She gently asks if he simply wants to be left completely alone to process things, prompting a panicked Sora to instantly deny it. Staring at him intensely, Luna suddenly connects the dots and asks if his gloomy mood is actually because he is still completely hung up on what happened earlier that day. Sora violently screams in utter denial, but Luna instantly realizes she hit the absolute bullseye and breathes a massive sigh of relief that it wasn't actually a serious problem. While getting completely smothered by her intense affection, a heavily sweating Sora frantically tries to explain that he isn't actually upset, just wildly anxious and entirely unable to sort out his own complicated feelings. Listening to his messy, panicked explanation, Luna flashes a brilliant, knowing smile. She smoothly cuts right through his confusion, casually pointing out that it sounds exactly like he is just experiencing a massive bout of pure jealousy. The sudden accusation completely short-circuits his brain, leaving a wide-eyed Sora to dumbfoundedly repeat the word in absolute shock, while Luna cheerfully confirms her theory. She logically breaks the entire situation down for him, explaining that his gloomy reaction to her being friendly with another guy is the exact same type of intense jealousy she feels whenever she catches him getting along with other girls. The realization that her husband actually cares enough to be fiercely protective over her completely melts her heart, leaving a heavily flushed Luna absolutely overjoyed as she sweetly swoons over his newfound jealousy. Sora completely loses his cool, desperately trying to flee the room while loudly denying that he is acting jealous. He stammers that a guy like him would never get insecure or jealous over Luna, insisting that reacting this way is completely unlike him and far too embarrassing. Blushing furiously, Sora confesses that he has never had to deal with intense feelings like this before. Looking incredibly downcast, he sadly admits to a lingerie-clad Luna that despite her calling him her husband, he feels like he is failing to meet her expectations. Sora groans over how immature he is for getting worked up and jealous, burying his face in his hands from sheer embarrassment. Watching his flustered reaction, a quiet smile spreads across Luna's face as she realizes just how deeply he actually cares. Unable to contain herself, Luna wraps her arms around him and gushes over how incredibly adorable he is when he is acting this worked up, leaving a startled Sora completely flustered. Luna gently points out that feelings like jealousy are completely normal and can happen to anyone, even comparing it to the intense reactions of passionate idol fans. She warmly reassures him that seeing him so completely riled up for her sake actually makes her incredibly happy, playfully giggling at his utter confusion, as Sora sighs that everything is far too complicated. Luna suddenly gasps as a brilliant idea strikes her, completely catching her own train of thought. She smoothly offers to clear up all of his lingering insecurities and worries, prompting a highly confused Sora to ask what exactly she means by that. Leaning in with a highly suggestive gaze, Luna playfully promises to give him a highly exclusive treat that she would absolutely never let any other guy have. Sora's brain completely short-circuits as he frantically stammers over her extremely suggestive offer, while Luna leaves the decision entirely up to him, letting him grapple with his own wild imagination. Luna intensely presses her advantage, leaning right over him in her bold lingerie and playfully demanding that he open his mouth. She teasingly reminds him that she didn't get all dressed up just to demand things from him, leaving a completely flustered Sora stammering in confusion. Sora frantically points out that since she already licked the ice pop, eating it now would basically be a direct, indirect kiss. Completely unfazed by his panic, Luna simply smirks and licks her lips, making it crystal clear that sharing an indirect kiss was exactly her plan all along. Dialing up the intense seduction, she softly declares that he is the only person precious enough to something like this with. She gently pushes the sweet treat toward his face, seductively asking him to just give it a try, while Sora continues to sweat bullets under the heavy pressure. A heavily blushing Sora nervously stammers that he does want to it, but admits he feels way too guilty and selfish taking her up on the offer after acting so distant earlier. Instantly losing her patience with his self-deprecating hesitation, Luna aggressively shoves the ice pop right into his face and fiercely demands to know if he is going to eat it or not, terrifying him into a frantic surrender. The chaotic standoff suddenly ends when Luna points out that the rapidly melting treat just dripped all over his shirt. As Sora groans at the sticky mess on his chest, she playfully drops the old proverb about never playing with food, cheerfully adding that she is already feeling way better anyway. Taking absolute total advantage of the messy situation, Luna boldly straddles his lap and immediately dives in to start passionately licking the sticky mess right off his chest. Sora completely short-circuits at the intense direct contact, his brain melting as he weakly stammers out her name. As the steamy moment escalates, a frantically flustered, Sora weakly begs her to stop, pointing out that she really doesn't have to go this far. Luna huskily replies that she simply refuses to let a single sweet drop go to waste, completely ignoring his desperate logic that she is the entire reason the treat melted all over him in the first place. The overwhelming physical sensation completely breaks his remaining defenses, leaving a heavily flushed Sora staring down at his bold wife in absolute awe as he softly calls out her name again. Completely ignoring his faint protests, she aggressively continues her extremely thorough cleanup, pushing the boundaries even further as Sora desperately gasps and tries to rein in the wildly escalating intimacy. Pushed completely past his absolute limit, Sora finally throws his hands up and frantically pushes her away, desperately begging her to stop. He loudly surrenders and profusely apologizes for being so gloomy and distant all day, totally broken by her overwhelming method of cheering him up. Luna playfully asks if he is already completely exhausted, while a heavily panting and furiously blushing Sora admits that his heart is racing way too fast for him to stay gloomy, earnestly thanking her for successfully snapping him out of his depressing funk. Bursting into a triumphant laugh, Luna completely revels in her victory, cheerfully declaring that he is just incredibly easy to tease, as she thoroughly enjoys his totally flustered reaction. As he looks at her, Sora suddenly realizes this is the very first time he has ever actually seen her entire face, clearly, since she always keeps part of it hidden behind her hair, completely freezing in surprise when he spots a noticeable scar right on her forehead. Caught entirely off guard by the discovery, he awkwardly asks her what the mark is, prompting a completely oblivious Luna to innocently wonder what he is talking about. The exact moment his question registers, her carefree expression completely vanishes, her eyes widening in absolute shock as she suddenly realizes exactly what he just saw. Instantly panicking, she frantically covers her forehead to hide the scar and loudly screams that it is absolutely nothing, leaving a startled Sora completely bewildered by her explosive reaction. Her sudden intense defensiveness leaves Sora totally baffled, freezing him in his tracks as he tries to process why she is suddenly so incredibly desperate to hide it. Frantically trying to play off her massive panic, she forces an awkward laugh and drops a terrible excuse about completely forgetting her skincare routine, since she did not expect them to get so close, instantly bolting out of the room before a highly confused Sora can even get another word in. Left sitting completely alone on the bed, Sora weakly calls out her name, helplessly reaching toward the empty doorway as he realizes he definitely just stepped on a major emotional landmine. Hiding out in the bathroom, a deeply frustrated Luna intensely beats herself up over her careless mistake, miserably lamenting that she was so hyper-focused on cheering him up that she completely forgot to apply her concealer, now agonizing over how to handle the massive secret she just accidentally exposed. Luna finds herself in a quiet moment of reflection, looking at her reflection and realizing that she has finally reached a point where she can no longer hide her secret. With a heavy sigh, she prepares to face the reality of what she must reveal next. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Luna reveals a mysterious scar on her forehead, quietly admitting that the secret is finally out in the open. The shocking discovery leaves a massive cliffhanger about the hidden story behind her injury as the chapter comes to an end. Kicking off the next chapter, Luna proudly shows off her revealing at-home fashion, instantly leaving Sora flustered as he tries to process her extremely bold outfit. When she excitedly decides that this will be her official attire for their date tomorrow, a nervous Sora immediately questions if showing that much skin is really a safe choice. Sora desperately tries to argue against her clothing choice, pointing out that the weather has been getting incredibly chilly lately. However, Luna remains completely unfazed, casually brushing off his practical concerns and wondering why she shouldn't show off her style. Luna simply laughs off his excessive worry, finding his concern for her health absolutely hilarious, as she prepares to double down on her confidence. Aggressively teasing him, Luna proudly claims that a little cold weather is absolutely nothing for a powerful gal like her, squeezing him tight, as she playfully offers her bare skin as a reward for him being such a good boy. Sora can only blush furiously and panic, as she completely ignores his practical warnings about catching a chill. The inevitable consequence of her overconfidence arrives with a loud beep from a digital thermometer flashing a high temperature of 38.5 degrees. Despite acting so incredibly tough the day before, Luna immediately ends up completely bedridden, leaving a sympathetic but slightly smug Sora to point out that she caught a nasty cold after all. Gearing up for Chapter 15, the narrative sets a deeply comforting mood by highlighting how naturally people crave a reliable partner to depend on whenever they find themselves at their absolute weakest. Apologizing for her excessive excitement, a tearful Luna admits she only wanted him to be as pumped as she was for their date. But her regret is cut short by a massive sneeze that prompts a worried Sora to quickly get her warmed up in bed. Luna worries that her close proximity will cause him to catch her nasty cold, but a highly confident Sora tells her not to worry at all, proudly declaring that his physical health is his absolute greatest strength. Taking him at his word, Luna decides to use his personal warmth to heat herself up by diving straight under his shirt, leaving a completely flustered Sora frantically pleading with her to stop since she is already sick. Realizing her fever is actually getting much worse, Sora feels highly guilty for initially suspecting her of flirting and gently asks if she has any appetite for some hot porridge or udon, to which she weakly agrees. Luna admits she has zero appetite but promises she will do her absolute best to eat if he is the one cooking, prompting a happy Sora to quickly promise to prepare the meal and some medicine right away. When Sora mentions running out to the store to grab some stomach-friendly snacks, a highly panicked Luna immediately objects, grabbing him tightly and begging him to stay right by her side instead of leaving. Luna tearfully whines that she just wants him to stay, and when Sora protests that she desperately needs fluids to recover, she dramatically declares she will just take them from him, leaving a flustered Sora to frantically point out that it makes absolutely no sense. Sora desperately begs her to stop grabbing him, but his panic reaches a whole new level when she aggressively begins searching him, determinedly claiming she knows she can find exactly what she needs. Believing she is close to finding her hidden treasure, she refuses to stop searching, forcing a highly stressed Sora to firmly demand that she immediately shut down her bizarre little treasure hunt. Sora completely panics, crying that Luna's severe fever has totally fried her brain. He desperately promises that he will not leave her side if she just stops aggressively groping him for imaginary treasure in her delirious state. Utterly drained from the feverish ordeal, Sora collapses on the floor in exhaustion. Seeing him completely spent, Luna sits up in bed and weakly offers to just order delivery on her phone, which Sora gratefully accepts. After eating a warm meal, Luna finally finishes off her medicine, leaving her empty bowl and pill packets on the nightstand. Relieved that she successfully ate and took her medicine, Sora warmly encourages a sleepy Luna to finally get some proper rest for the day. Sora thoughtfully leaves an extra bottle of water on her nightstand alongside the thermometer and tissues, asking if she needs anything else, to which a flushed Luna points to her forehead and requests a fresh fever-cooling pad. She softly taps her forehead, reminding him that the current pad has officially lost its cooling effect and desperately needs a replacement. Sora readily agrees to fetch a new one, promising her that he will be back in just a single minute. As he retrieves a cat-themed cooling pad from the fridge, Sora suddenly recalls how fiercely Luna hid her forehead scar in the past, silently wondering if she will still try to hide whatever secret she is keeping even while she is heavily sick. He recalls Subaru's warnings about her mysterious background, admitting to himself that he genuinely worries about the secrets she is keeping, and how little he actually knows about her true intentions. While he has no desire to force answers out of her, Sora holds the cooling pad and wonders why she feels the need to hide secrets when she is usually so boldly affectionate, hoping that she might eventually open up to him if he simply asks her honestly. Sora immediately shoots down his own runaway thoughts, with a massive panicked rejection, desperately trying to force his racing mind away from whatever boundaries he was about to cross. Walking away in a quiet panic, Sora desperately tries to rationalize the situation, telling himself there is absolutely no way he can just pry into her personal business. He worries that if she does have a painful history, forcing her to relive those memories would be incredibly selfish, especially since loving someone does not automatically mean they have to absolutely everything. Despite all of his logical protests, Sora stops in his tracks and realizes he cannot shake his true feelings. Thinking back to his warm connection with Luna, he finally admits to himself that when it comes to her, he genuinely and deeply wants to know absolutely everything about her. His deep internal struggle is suddenly shattered when a voice calls out his name from behind the door, instantly making his heart skip a beat in surprise. When she apologizes and asks if he can step inside for a quick second, a highly flustered Sora eagerly agrees and scrambles to head over right away. Sora is completely blindsided when she steps out looking incredibly flushed and disheveled, complaining that she desperately needs to cool down but cannot even manage to clean herself up properly. The shocking sight completely short-circuits his brain, leaving a red-faced Sora to frantically ask if she is actually okay while realizing things did not go at all how he expected. Coming back into the room, Sora notices her fever has spiked again and quickly steps in to check her temperature. After the thermometer lets out a sharp beep confirming she is still burning up, he decides that now is definitely not the time to be moping about his own personal worries, resolving to fetch her some fresh clothes right away to help her get comfortable. Still dazed from her fever, a flushed Luna playfully wonders how he managed to say something so caring without completely turning red, teasingly asking if he might have actually caught her cold. Meanwhile, Sora walks away carrying her damp, sweaty clothes, trying to play it completely cool, while repeating his promise that he will be absolutely fine, though he internally warns himself that he has to handle her laundry with extreme caution. Back in her room, the heavy, quiet atmosphere returns as Luna lets out a labored sigh of exhaustion, leaving a highly tense Sora to sweat in silence, as he desperately tries to maintain his composure right beside her. While trying to help her cool down, Sora is deeply touched when she softly apologizes and thanks him for doing so much to take care of her. However, he is forced to desperately avert his eyes and repeatedly tell himself to act normal, internally screaming in a panic that this is definitely not what typical sick care is supposed to feel like. The tense mood softens when Luna reflects on her past, warmly admitting that the situation feels incredibly nostalgic because she used to get sick constantly whenever the seasons changed. As she gently adds how truly nice it is to finally have someone around to nurse her back to health, a surprised Sora is left completely speechless, quietly taking in her rare, vulnerable confession. Luna quietly admits she hasn't been this careless with her health in a while, prompting a heavily sweating Sora to realize she is actually opening up about her childhood. Sensing a rare opportunity, he builds up the courage to finally ask her a deeply personal question. Eager to learn more about his mysterious wife, Sora gently calls her name and directly asks what she was like as a little kid, leaving a blushing Luna completely silent as she processes his sudden inquiry. She awkwardly looks away and shyly confesses that she was never really good at taking care of herself back then. She softly adds that communicating with others wasn't her strong suit, and she used to constantly break into sudden fevers as a result, leaving Sora listening in quiet surprise. Luna solemnly reveals that her parents were never around, meaning she always had to cry and suffer completely by herself. Her heartbreaking confession leaves a totally stunned Sora frantically asking what she means by her parents being completely absent. Instead of dwelling on the sad past, Luna flashes a brilliantly warm smile and joyfully declares that because she finally has Sora right by her side, she is never lonely anymore. She passionately insists that being with him has made her the absolute happiest she has ever been in her entire life. She continues pouring her heart out, sweetly confessing that meeting him finally allowed her to become a version of herself that she genuinely loves. However, she suddenly snaps out of her emotional monologue and gets completely embarrassed, only to let out a terrified shriek when she notices Sora looking absolutely shell-shocked with blood suddenly dripping from his nose. A heavily sweating Sora weakly insists that he is totally fine, but a frantic Luna points out the obvious nosebleed and screams that he seriously spooked her. She loudly declares that the sudden scare instantly cleared up her feverish fog, leaving a completely overwhelmed Sora desperately trying to downplay his embarrassing physical reaction to her intense sweetness. Sora completely shuts down and quietly apologizes, deeply reflecting on the intense moment. He mentally berates himself, realizing with intense guilt that he actually tried to selfishly take advantage of her weakened, feverish state just to pry into her heavily guarded past. Sora grimly concludes that forcing her to reveal the full truth about her painful childhood would absolutely end up hurting her in the long run. Meanwhile, a completely confused Luna demands to know why he is suddenly apologizing out of nowhere, playfully begging him not to act so distant with her. Completely misinterpreting his heavy guilt, a pouting Luna leans in and boldly declares that if she wasn't currently sick with a cold, she would have aggressively kissed his nosebleed better herself, leaving Sora completely stunned by her hilariously outrageous flirtation. Sora looks warmly at Luna and gently reassures her that he has absolutely no intention of forcing her to discuss any sad or painful memories, explaining that he only wants her to talk about whatever she is comfortable sharing. He honestly admits that while he genuinely wants to know absolutely everything about her, he is more than willing to patiently wait until she is truly ready to open up on her own terms. Sora's unexpectedly mature and sweet declaration completely blindsides Luna, sending her heart into a total overdrive as she wildly stammers in absolute embarrassment over his sudden romantic confession. His heartfelt words end up sending Luna's physical temperature soaring all over again, causing Sora to completely panic, as her fever dramatically flares back up, leaving the narrator to hilariously hope that the heat of their romance never cools down. Back at school, the examination results are finally posted, leaving a utterly devastated Sora to groan in agony upon realizing that Luna snatched the top academic spot, once again leaving him stuck in second place. Sora bitterly sulks over losing the #1 spot, despite studying incredibly hard, while a completely overjoyed Luna cutely celebrates her victory, leaving a highly frustrated Sora to curse her for being so adorable. Luna cheerfully points out that they locked down the top 2 spots, as a couple celebrating it as a sweet testament to their hard work together, while Sora internally grumbles that he would still prefer actual victory. Sora deeply regrets losing track of time during his worst subject, English, and dramatically vows to defeat her on their next exams, though he quickly starts second-guessing himself and wonders if he is getting way too competitive with his own wife. Sora starts panicking while looking at the latest exam rankings, realizing that, as a scholarship student, he needs to seriously worry about the competitive classmates ranking right behind him. Luna completely brushes off his academic anxiety, playfully hyping up the competition at their high-ranking school, and teasingly acting like it is terrifying that anyone could overtake them. Sora stresses that he cannot let his guard down to keep his scholarship, but Luna warmly reassures him that he will do just fine. She playfully reminds him of his past promise to snatch the #1 spot away from her, pointing out that there is absolutely no way he would ever lose to anyone else but her. Luna takes her teasing to a whole new level, flashing a highly suggestive smile as she promises to keep the top spot nice and warm until he is ready to take it from her. Luna enthusiastically leans in to offer some extra motivation, playfully asking if he wants her to pat his head, or if a big, warm hug would be much nicer. Sora groans in pure embarrassment over her suggestive phrasing, but Luna keeps doubling down on the teasing, asking if she should give him a kiss as a special reward instead. When she bumps right into him, a heavily blushing Sora frantically whispers that she really shouldn't be talking about stuff like that while they are at school. While walking and talking, Sora and Luna accidentally bump directly into another classmate. Sora instantly jumps in panic and stammers out a quick apology to the girl standing in front of them. Sora quickly recognizes her as a classmate from the other class and apologizes again for not paying attention, politely asking if she is all right. However, her expression instantly darkens into an incredibly stern and intense glare that catches them both completely off guard. Aggressively pointing her finger right at them, the stern classmate fiercely commands the two of them to immediately refrain from engaging in such lewd practices on school grounds. Sora stands completely frozen in absolute shock, desperately trying to figure out what she could possibly mean by lewd practices. Meanwhile, the narrative helpfully points out that the girl is talking about how tightly Luna is currently clinging to Sora's arm. Realizing exactly what the girl is referring to, Sora turns bright red and completely short-circuits in sheer embarrassment. A strict female classmate catches them in the hallway and immediately scolds them for being entirely too close for a boy and a girl. Luna cheerfully brushes off the lecture by claiming they are just having some casual bonding time, and casually drops the massive bombshell that they are basically married, which only causes the flustered classmate to object even louder to their inappropriate public display of affection. The stern classmate heavily sighs over top students acting so incredibly disruptive, fiercely lecturing them that they need to deeply respect the school's prestigious reputation, especially while standing directly in front of the recently posted examination score rankings. She continues her intense tirade about how quickly academic standings can drop and demands they act with proper decorum, prompting a heavily sweating Sora to bow and apologize profusely, while guiltily realizing that he wasn't actually taking his test results seriously at all. Completely unfazed by the intense scolding, Luna suddenly pivots the conversation and slyly reminds the strict classmate about her earlier rule regarding boys and girls not being allowed to stand too close together. Using absolute wildcard logic, Luna aggressively closes the distance with the strict girl, instead playfully declaring that getting highly personal should be perfectly fine since they are both girls, completely flustering the poor classmate, as she instantly invades her personal space. Completely ignoring all personal boundaries, Luna abruptly pulls the highly confused classmate into a massive suffocating hug, cheerfully declaring that it is officially hug time while the strict girl freezes in pure shock. A heavily panicked Sora frantically demands to know what on earth she is doing, but Luna simply ignores his distress and playfully teases the overwhelmed girl, instead confidently claiming that Arisu actually just desperately wanted to join in on their intimate bonding session. Pushing her aggressive teasing even further, Luna cheerfully points out that the usually stern Arisu is blushing incredibly hard, loudly gushing over just how absolutely adorable the strict classmate looks when she is completely flustered. Arisu furiously thrashes around and desperately begs to be released, but her chaotic struggling quickly backfires as her shoe violently slips on the floor, prompting a startled Luna to frantically warn her that blindly flailing around in the hallway is incredibly dangerous. The playful squabble instantly turns into a massive disaster as Arisu completely loses her balance and tumbles backward with a terrified scream, leaving a horrified Sora and Luna to desperately reach out in a frantic attempt to catch her before she hits the ground. The chaotic school day takes an unexpected turn when Kanekura suddenly takes a massive tumble in the hallway, landing hard on the floor with a painful groan after completely losing her balance. Sora completely freezes in absolute shock, his face turning beet red as he accidentally gets a direct, unavoidable flash of her white underwear. Luna and Sora quickly rush over to ask if she is hurt, but a dizzy Kanekura immediately insists that she is totally fine and begs them not to worry about her. Meanwhile, a heavily blushing Sora awkwardly admits that while he would normally step in to help her up her highly compromising position, is just way too risky for him to safely intervene. The school bell suddenly rings to signal the start of class, prompting a flustered Kanekura to frantically dust herself off and quickly attempt to salvage her dignity by loudly changing the subject. Desperately trying to play off her massive blunder, Kanekura adopts a strictly professional tone and confidently lectures them about maintaining proper campus conduct, completely oblivious to the hilarious fact that her skirt is still flipped entirely up in the back. As Amamiya sharply orders them not to be late and quickly dashes off down the hallway, Sora desperately tries to warn her that her skirt is still totally flipped up. Watching the clumsy enforcer confidently run away in a highly compromising state, an amused Luna casually remarks that she is honestly surprised it took this long for the notoriously strict girl to finally get on their case, prompting a bewildered Sora to ask what makes her so famous. Luna cheerfully explains that Amamiya Irisu is by far the absolute most aggressive member of the entire disciplinary committee. She highlights the hilarious irony of her reputation, noting that Amamiya constantly causes massive moral disruptions with her embarrassing, clumsy antics, while simultaneously trying to fiercely enforce the strict school rules on everyone else. Wrapping up the chaotic explanation, Luna eagerly reveals that the entire student body has officially dubbed the clumsy enforcer the discipline destroyer, leaving a thoroughly exhausted Sora to deadpan that it is an absolutely terrible nickname to carry around. Opening the new chapter at the school library, a highly determined Sora settles in with his study materials, firmly resolving to buckle down and fully focus on his academics for the time being. Sora quickly spirals into an absolute academic panic dramatically reminding himself that his crucial scholarship and personal pride are entirely on the line as he fiercely battles his overwhelming study stress. Realizing that wallowing in self-pity will not help him pass, he decides to get serious and time his practice runs only to get completely distracted, when he suddenly hears someone nearby letting out highly suggestive moans of absolute despair over their own exams. Sora completely freezes in shock when he spots a female classmate sitting at a nearby table loudly groaning in pure frustration, as she entirely fails to comprehend her study material. He instantly recognizes the struggling girl as the school's infamous discipline destroyer. As she desperately complains about a confusing math problem involving a moving point, a highly distracted Sora frantically tries to ignore her but simply cannot look away from her intense academic breakdown. The frustrated girl wildly declares that the math points should simply move together, because they are brothers, leaving a heavily sweating Sora completely baffled by her insane logic, as he silently questions if she is actually studying or just losing her mind. Recalling a previous awkward incident from that very morning, Sora tries to convince himself to just mind his own business, but her incredibly loud and suggestive groans of frustration make it absolutely impossible for him to maintain his focus. Unable to endure the distracting noise any longer, Sora finally gives in and cautiously approaches the heavily panting girl, nervously speaking up to grab her attention. Sora politely addresses Kamakura and asks if she is having trouble with her coursework, gently offering to team up and work through the difficult material together while she snaps out of her daze in pure surprise. Her vulnerable state completely vanishes in an instant as Kamakura shoots him a freezing cold glare, bluntly rejecting his kind offer and arrogantly insisting she absolutely does not need any help to pass a simple practice test, leaving a totally rejected Sora awkwardly sweating over her sudden hostility. Sora cheerfully admits his absolute love for incredibly difficult math problems, explaining that solving the hardest ones is what makes studying so rewarding. Air Eyes sighs in disbelief and playfully calls him a total masochist, though she begrudgingly admits that she doesn't entirely hate his passionate way of thinking. Air Eyes agrees to study together, getting up to lead him to her usual spot. Sora nervously asks where she was sitting, and she calmly points out her table further back in the quiet library. Sora jumps right into tutoring her, patiently writing down formulas and explaining how to simplify the problem by temporarily putting the movement of point P aside to focus on the basics first. Air Eyes stares intently at the paper as he speaks, quietly repeating his explanation about how to tackle the complex equations step by step. Sora nervously asks if his explanation made sense, but Air Eyes' silent, intense gaze completely terrifies him, making him deeply regret his decision to intervene as her scary demeanor catches him off guard. Air Eyes lets out a heavy sigh and mutters that while he might be a total disgrace to public morals, he is surprisingly diligent and serious when it comes to his studies, prompting an internally sweating Sora to groan over her bringing up the morals issue yet again. Sora frantically tries to explain himself, but Air Eyes calmly tells him there is absolutely no need to get so flustered. And embarrassed, Sora vehemently denies it, desperately wishing he could make her realize she has completely misunderstood his actual personality. Sora desperately apologizes and swears he never once intended to disrespect the school's strict morals, which leaves Air Eyes thoroughly confused until she suddenly apologizes for her harsh behavior earlier that morning, claiming she now completely understands his situation. Air Eyes smugly concludes that the wildly popular Mamos was obviously the aggressive ringleader behind all that lewd behavior in public, assuming Sora was simply a helpless victim caught in her crazy crossfire, while a highly amused Sora desperately struggles to hold back a laugh. Sora quickly corrects himself and tries to defend his wife, nervously explaining that, while Mamos always acts overly familiar with everyone, she never does it out of malice, leaving a highly skeptical Air Eyes to quietly look on in mild amusement. The classmate is incredibly flustered and exasperated, sighing as she complains that men are always the same. She mutters about how it is no wonder a gorgeous girl like Mamos has such a massive hold on him, accusing them of severely disrupting their school's morals. Meanwhile, a completely sweating Sora can only try to defend himself by awkwardly stating that is not at all what he was trying to say. Sora tries to clear up the confusion by awkwardly explaining that they usually do not do anything inappropriate while they are at school. The female classmate quietly listens to his explanation, before reassuring him that he really has absolutely nothing to apologize to her for. She adopts a highly serious tone, lecturing him that as a high school student, his absolute main focus should always be his studies, warning him that indulging in unwholesome activities can easily ruin his academic standing. Listening to her sincere speech, Sora is deeply impressed by how remarkably earnest and dedicated she actually is. Her gaze suddenly lands on a massive stack of study material on the desk. She notes that even without her stern warnings, he is already studying incredibly hard, asking if all of those sheets are actually his. A slightly flustered Sora explains that those are just some test prep sheets he borrowed, leaving her completely stunned by the sheer quantity of work he is tackling. Sora rubs his head and admits that since their high school is incredibly prestigious, he has to work himself to the bone just to keep from being left behind. The classmate is totally taken aback, reminding him that he came from a normal public school, and pointing out that anyone with the academic skills to pass their entrance exam shouldn't have to worry about falling behind at all. Sora explains that everyone else in their class seems absolutely indestructible, making him feel incredibly intimidated. He reveals that his biggest worry is actually the constant threat of having his vital scholarship stripped away, which would instantly force him to drop out of school. Hearing his desperate situation, the girl is completely frozen in absolute shock. The girl is utterly stunned, stammering that she had absolutely no idea he was actually their school's scholarship student. While Sora awkwardly confirms the truth, she internally reflects on how she was completely convinced that Mamos must have been the sole scholarship recipient, since she was the freshman representative, leaving her entirely speechless. Desperate to understand his situation, she asks him what he meant by not being able to go to school anymore. Sora casually admits that his family is actually incredibly poor, explaining that without a full exemption from tuition fees, he never would have been able to attend this high school in the first place, causing her to feel deeply sympathetic. The classmate completely reels from the shocking revelation, internally realizing that he managed to pass the brutal entrance exam without the luxury of expensive cram schools or private tutors. Looking at him with immense admiration and a deeply blushing face, she silently berates herself for completely misjudging him. Overcome with intense guilt, she covers her face and tearfully delivers a dramatic apology for assuming he was just a spoiled, trust-fund kid trying to goof off at school. While Sora sweatily tries to assure her that many other students are in a similar situation, he privately notes that she didn't just have a simple misunderstanding, but was actually assuming the absolute worst about him from the start. Amamiya fiercely apologizes for her earlier outburst, leaving a totally flustered Sora to frantically reassure her that there is absolutely no need to be so incredibly sorry. Their awkward exchange is briefly interrupted when one of his notebooks suddenly flops right off the tall stack, prompting Sora to nervously apologize for piling them too high, while Amamiya quickly offers to grab it for him. Retrieving the fallen notebook, she immediately recognizes his handwriting and asks if it belongs to him. When Sora confirms that they are just his math notes from the day before, Amamiya is left completely stunned as she murmurs in absolute awe over his impressive work. Amamiya completely geeks out over his flawlessly organized notes, totally amazed by how crystal clear and incredibly thorough his classwork is. A highly flattered Sora shyly admits he only keeps them neat for submissions, happily agreeing when she eagerly asks if she can take a closer look. Looking over his materials, Amamiya spots a stack of math assignment printouts, excitedly noting that her class has the exact same ones. Sora nervously admits he already finished them, but heavily doubts his own answers since math really isn't his strong suit. Sora suddenly realizes the massive implications and points out that the tough assignment isn't actually due until next week, prompting Amamiya to casually offer him her own notes to borrow, completely shocking him with her sudden generosity. A heavily sweating Sora frantically double-checks if she is genuinely okay with helping him out, totally worried about being a burden. Amamiya sweetly reassures him that it is absolutely no bother if her writing style helps him understand the difficult material better. As she happily accepts his offer to notes, Sora internally celebrates that the notorious Killjoy has completely chilled out just by talking about academics, excitedly wondering if the two of them could officially become study buddies. Before he can even pitch the idea himself, Amamiya suddenly speaks up with a heavily flushed face, shyly hoping she isn't being too much of a bother, before dropping a massive question. Holding his notebook tightly, a deeply blushing Amamiya nervously asks if they could actually start studying together, sometime completely catching Sora off guard with her incredibly sweet and highly unexpected request. Overjoyed by the sudden invitation, Sora enthusiastically accepts, internally celebrating that she actually asked him to hang out. He happily admits that clearing up their little misunderstanding has made him incredibly relieved, while his classmate giggles in amusement at his highly excited reaction. Watching him celebrate, the classmate gazes at Sora with a quiet, warm smile, feeling genuinely happy to see him in such a cheerful and relieved mood. Shifting the conversation, the classmate casually asks how he fares with English, prompting a confident Sora to admit that he is actually quite good at the subject, which leaves her feeling a bit self-conscious, as she sheepishly confesses that she is not very good at it herself. The scene transitions to a peaceful, snowy, outdoor hot spring, where a deeply relaxing sigh echoes through the misty air as the warm water melts away the winter chill. Relaxing in the soothing water, she sighs over her academic struggles, reflecting on how her recent exam results were not great and resolving to put in way more effort next time. She falls silent for a moment, shifting slightly as she loses herself in her own quiet thoughts. Still lost in thought, she wonders if this might be her chance to finally get to know Sora much better, starting to question if these growing feelings are actually something far deeper than simple friendship. Back at the desk with their study materials open, Sora turns to Luna and softly admits that there has been something major weighing on his mind that he has been deeply wondering about. Sitting with Luna at home, Sora carefully brings up his main worries and nervously asks if they could try to be a bit more appropriate while they are at school. Luna is completely surprised by his sudden request, asking why he thinks they have been acting inappropriately. A sweating Sora quickly tries to backpedal, explaining that it is not exactly what he meant. Sora explains that while he is perfectly comfortable with them acting close in the privacy of their home, doing those kinds of things in front of other people is a completely different story, politely begging her to stop tickling him. When Luna questions if he dislikes her being friendly, recalling how she behaves similarly with all of her friends, Sora points out that in some of those specific cases, her true intentions were actually a bit questionable. Luna immediately flips the script on him, teasingly asking if his complaint actually means he wants to be the one taking the lead when it comes to flirting. A highly flustered Sora can only desperately plead with her to stop teasing him while he is actively trying to study. Luna dramatically protests his rejection, loudly calling him a meanie, while a sweating Sora can only wonder where she suddenly gets all of this dramatic, playful energy from. A sudden realization hits Luna like a bolt of lightning, making her gasp in shock, as she asks if his sudden concern is actually because Irisu scolded them earlier. Her sharp deduction catches Sora completely off guard, leaving him to awkwardly stammer as he tries to find a response. Sora reluctantly nods and admits that her theory is correct, causing a pouting Luna to plop down beside him. Trying to soften the blow, he quickly explains that he genuinely appreciates her incredible social skills and loves talking to her, warmly admitting that she has heavily helped him step out of his shell. Sora gently explains that constantly running at 100% energy can be a bit overwhelming for some people. Recalling how Irisu violently shoved her away earlier, he kindly suggests that adopting a slightly more reserved approach around classmates might help avoid those kinds of chaotic situations. Luna thoughtfully considers his advice, admitting that whenever she feels a strong desire to become friends with someone, she tends to get completely carried away and ends up coming on way too strong. Sora points out that while her high energy makes it incredibly easy for her to bond with people who can match her pace, it is still important to be mindful of others. Realizing his point, Luna resolves to work on being much more accommodating and considerate of other people's boundaries. Luna happily confesses that despite her high energy slip-ups, she simply wants to be friends with everyone. She lets out a nervous laugh, admitting she is not even sure how to chill out or tone down her excitement, leaving a speechless Sora to just sweat in silence. Sora gently reassures her not to worry about her intense approach. He warmly promises that even if she occasionally comes on a bit too strong, anyone would easily see how incredibly lovely she is after just a single good conversation with her. Sora's incredibly sweet compliment catches Luna completely off guard, leaving her to stammer in sheer shock. The sudden wave of affection causes her face to flush bright red as her mind completely short-circuits in absolute embarrassment. Luna is absolutely thrilled by his encouragement, gushing that his kind words make her feel infinitely better and eagerly asking if he truly believes in her. Sora confidently assures her that she can definitely succeed, though he immediately starts second-guessing his own words and wonders why his certainty suddenly vanished. As a normal morning, hallway routine gets underway, the strict disciplinary enforcer, Irisu, suddenly halts a pair of passing female classmates with an authoritative shout. Irisu immediately launches into a strict lecture about their uniform violations, pointing out that their skirts are pulled up far too high and their shirts are left unbuttoned. When the girls groan in annoyance, she sharply fires back that a school-wide assembly is happening that morning, making proper attire more crucial than usual. The lecture is quickly interrupted when Irisu spots Luna walking by and loudly calls her out. While Luna cheerfully offers a warm morning greeting, the strict enforcer immediately snaps that Luna is dressed even worse than the other girls, leaving a highly confused Luna to genuinely wonder what could possibly be wrong with her outfit. Irisu wastes no time listing the flagrant uniform violations, bluntly pointing out that Luna's skirt is high enough to show her underwear. She is wearing incredibly flashy fishnets, and her completely unbuttoned collar area is so revealing that it doesn't even need an explanation. Irisu strictly lectures Luna about maintaining a modest dress code as a proper student of their institution, but Luna completely deflects the serious scolding by smugly pointing out that Irisu has been staring entirely too hard at her chest, playfully labeling the strict disciplinarian a massive pervert. Brushing off the flustered reaction, Luna casually tells her to calm down and explains that she actually tracked her down to formally apologize for the chaotic incident that happened the day before, leaving a sweating Irisu nervously questioning what exactly she is referring to. Luna bluntly reminds her of how she got way too overly excited and accidentally caused Irisu to take a massive tumble right onto her rear, bringing back the mortifying memory and prompting a deeply embarrassed Irisu to quietly mutter that she never even blamed her for the clumsy accident in the first place. Eager to make amends, Luna cheerfully offers a mysterious package and declares it is a special apology present just for her. A highly suspicious but touched Irisu nervously accepts the gift and awkwardly thanks her, while Luna beams with pride and happily hopes she gets plenty of daily use out of it. Irisu is left absolutely speechless when she unwraps the gift to reveal a ridiculous pair of fluffy kitty panties. When she desperately demands to know why on earth she received such a bizarre item, a totally proud Luna cheerfully explains they are meant to be worn as an extra layer to prevent any future flashing disasters, causing a furious Irisu to utterly lose her mind over the outrageous reconciliation gift. Irisu proudly lifts her own skirt to demonstrate her strict adherence to the rules, declaring she wears thick, dark tights specifically to prevent any accidental panty flashes. She firmly dismisses Luna's flashy undergarments as childish and tries to return some confiscated items, leaving a bewildered Luna to question why the enforcer looks so incredibly triumphant over something so basic. Completely unfazed by the lecture, Luna brazenly lifts her own skirt right in the middle of the hallway to show off her incredibly detailed lacy lingerie and garter belt. While Irisu screams in absolute terror at the public exposure, Luna cheerfully suggests they go underwear shopping together, leaving the strict enforcer completely dizzy with embarrassment. Instead of continuing her strict scolding, Irisu becomes completely mesmerized by the scandalous display. With a heavily blushing face, she stammers out a nervous question about whether the fabric is see-through and quietly admits they look amazing, while a highly amused Luna cheerfully agrees that cute lingerie always boosts the mood. Luna pushes her teasing even further by boldly showing off even more playfully, arguing that if someone is going to accidentally flash their underwear, it might as well be cute. Irisu is left panting and totally captivated by the sight right up until an incredibly awkward Sora suddenly walks in and interrupts their chaotic hallway bonding session. Irisu completely freezes in pure shock before her face turns beet red in absolute panic. Desperately trying to salvage her strict reputation, she wildly screams at Sora that the highly compromising situation is a massive misunderstanding and insists she was actually just trying to force Luna to cover up. Sora frantically denies her ridiculous claim about the disciplinary committee monitoring students' underwear, but Luna immediately doubles down on the teasing. She playfully tells him it's an official promise that they will go shopping for underwear together next time, which only sends Sora into an even louder, sweating panic as he fiercely rejects her suggestive invitation. Still dazed after getting punched, a highly confused, Luna tries to process what just happened, while Sora awkwardly pulls her away by the hand. Meanwhile, Eriha stands nearby looking completely stunned by the chaotic scene, leading Sora to secretly hope that Luna's dramatic antics didn't completely ruin her relationship with her classmate. The narrative summarizes the situation, revealing that Eriha called out to them because she thought Luna was teasing Sora again, only to get completely flustered when Luna acted way too close. Though Luna claimed she was just trying to consider others' feelings more when interacting, her extremely physical and forward approach only ended up making them both look way too intimate. Luna confidently declares that they are just such good friends and promises she'll make sure they find some shopping items that perfectly suit her. However, a deeply flustered Eriha can only sweat in total disbelief, desperately screaming that she wants absolutely nothing to do with their weird plans. Sora looks on with a happy, sweat-dropping smile, quietly thinking to himself that it actually looks like the two girls have already successfully become close friends. But his peaceful thought is instantly shattered when Eriha aggressively shouts that she wants absolutely nothing to do with Luna's perverted see-through panties. Luna completely ignores Eriha's outrage and leans right into a sweating Sora, softly whispering in his ear that she made sure to wear his absolute favorite pair of panties today. Her incredibly bold confession instantly catches him off guard, leaving him frozen in place with a blushing, panicked face. The chaotic school day wraps up on a hilarious cliffhanger as Sora's agonizing internal scream about being called a total perv for those panties echoes across the entire campus. Meanwhile, Eriha continues to blush and scream at them for being way too close, leaving the narrator to tease that their relationship is indeed progressing in its own unique way. Fast forwarding to lunchtime, a heavy, gloomy aura hangs over Sora as he miserably slumps over his lunch, quietly worrying if Luna showing her underwear to Eriha actually ended up ruining their chance of ever getting along. His gloomy state immediately catches the attention of his close friend Subaru, who notices he seems incredibly troubled and asks what is wrong. Sora awkwardly sweat drops and explains he was just reflecting on how incredibly difficult it is for two people with completely different personalities to get along. However, his deep philosophical thought is immediately cut off when his best friend suddenly panics, aggressively asking if Sora has somehow found himself a new best friend besides him. Sora quickly denies his friend's ridiculous assumption while the two of them continue chatting during their lunch break. Intrigued by Sora's sudden deep thoughts, the curious friend asks why he suddenly brought up the relationship between Mamos and Eriha, while Sora wonderingly asks Subaru if he knows anything about what is actually going on with her. Subaru casually brings up a wild rumor he heard about someone being called the Discipline Destroyer, prompting Sora to immediately connect the dots. Remembering how Amir recently nagged Subaru over his multiple ear piercings, a highly relieved Sora realizes that the infamous enforcer isn't actually a terrifying monster, but really just a massive loudmouth. Changing the subject, Subaru bluntly points out that there is absolutely no way someone as strict as Amir would ever get along with Mamos telling Sora not to get his hopes up. Sora awkwardly agrees with his friend's assessment, noting that the two girls just have completely opposite personalities. Elaborating on the massive social divide, Subaru brutally points out that while Mamos sits comfortably at the absolute top of the class hierarchy with her flashy friends, Amia gives off the distinct vibe of a quiet side character, much like Sora himself. Subaru concludes that the strict disciplinary committee member just gives off incredibly heavy loner vibes, leaving a quietly nodding Sora to agree that it matches exactly what he expected. Sora bluntly advises Subaru that he really needs to start making actual friends instead of just relying on him as a daily eating buddy. The brutally honest reality check strikes a massive nerve, causing Subaru to dramatically recoil in pain, before reluctantly admitting that his best friend makes a totally fair point. Sitting through the rest of the lecture, Sora silently reflects on the idea that some people just naturally clash and shouldn't force themselves to be friends. However, heavily recalling Luna's earnest, sweet wish for everyone to get along, he stubbornly decides that it is way too early to just throw in the towel. Just as the teacher officially dismisses the class for the day, a sudden, brilliant light bulb goes off in Sora's head as he finally figures out the absolute perfect plan to get everyone together. Sora eagerly visualizes the girls bonding over a joint study session, thinking it would be the ultimate icebreaker. However, his excitement immediately crashes as he realizes a random study invite might be way too sudden and weird, leaving him groaning over how incredibly difficult social planning actually is as the class formally stands to leave. His stressful overthinking is suddenly interrupted by a sweet text message from Luna, who cheerfully asks if they can walk home together after school. Meeting up with a beaming Luna in the hallway, Sora happily agrees to her dinner suggestion of Hamburg steak. Walking side by side, he wisely decides that there is absolutely no point in stressing out all by himself, resolving to discuss the entire friendship strategy with his wife once they get back home. While walking down the school hallway, Luna wonders if she is being a bit too nosy, but Sora assures her that doing nothing would have been much worse. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a strange rustling sound, prompting a highly confused Sora to stop in his tracks and wonder if he just heard someone's voice coming from a nearby room. While Luna looks on in complete confusion, Sora suddenly gets a massive jolt of realization. He freezes as he recognizes the voice desperately trying to connect the dots, while more chaotic rustling sounds echo from the room in front of them. Stepping closer, Sora is met with an absolutely jaw-dropping sight, as the usually strict discipline committee girl, Irisu, is desperately rummaging through a cabinet. She is entirely oblivious to how compromised her current posture is, as she frantically mutters that whatever she is looking for has got to be in there somewhere. Sora is instantly sent into a massive blushing panic, his brain completely short-circuiting at the incredibly scandalous view, as his mind frantically screams that her highly compromising position is a total violation of the school rules. Whipping around in a total panic upon hearing them, a highly embarrassed Irisu tries to play it cool, while stammering out Sora's name, leaving Sora to awkwardly call out her name in return. The tense confrontation takes a sudden turn when Irisu recognizes Luna, and Luna instantly points out that she has a noticeable painful injury on her leg, sending a startled Sora into another wave of panic. Only just realizing she is actually hurt, Irisu awkwardly downplays the scraped leg by claiming she simply tripped, even as a deeply concerned Luna and Sora frantically check if she is okay. Trying to deflect the attention away from her injury, Irisu visibly jolts in absolute panic when Sora notices the mess and gently asks if she was in the middle of searching for something. Clenching her skirt in deep embarrassment, Irisu softly admits that when she fell earlier, all of her school supplies ended up spilling all over the floor. She explains that she has been desperately trying to search for one specific item that went missing in the chaos, but she simply cannot find it anywhere. Concerned for her health, Luna and Sora strongly urge her to head straight to the nurse's office to treat her scraped leg first. Sora warmly offers to take over the search and find the missing item for her, but their helpful gesture only causes a highly tense Irisu to violently flinch and look incredibly conflicted. Seeing her hesitation, Sora gently presses her to reveal what she was actually searching for, prompting a quiet, heavily shaded Irisu to softly confess that she is looking for a notebook. Irisu looks incredibly downcast and on the verge of tears, softly admitting that the missing item is actually a notebook that was lent to her. Feeling deeply responsible and anxious, she quietly explains that she has been desperately searching everywhere for it because she absolutely cannot bear the thought of losing something so important. A completely guilt-stricken Irisu frantically apologizes to a highly confused Sora, miserably explaining that she had every intention of returning his item soon, and was absolutely positive she packed it in her bag, but it somehow completely vanished. Looking incredibly distressed and heavily sweating, Irisu loudly laments that losing something she borrowed from another person is absolutely the worst feeling ever. She desperately apologizes again, clearly beating herself up over the careless mistake. Eris's mind flashes back to her studying at home with Sora's notebook. She quietly praises his incredibly detailed explanations, but tells herself she shouldn't just blindly copy everything. Her study session hits a snag when she spots a solution that seems slightly off, leaving her completely stumped. Pausing her intense studying, Irisu quietly trails off into deep thought, her mind clearly shifting away from her academics as she reflects on the notebook's owner. She warmly recalls how Sora cheerfully offered to help her out, proudly declaring that he actually enjoys overcoming exciting challenges. Looking back on the interaction, Irisu feels a deep wave of regret, admitting that she was unnecessarily harsh to him earlier that day, but he still kindly reached out to help her when she was struggling. Reflecting on his total selflessness, Irisu quietly concludes that Sora is genuinely a kind-hearted person. She wistfully wonders if they could actually become real friends after everything that happened. Snapping back to the harsh present, Irisu miserably laments that she finally found someone she genuinely wants to befriend only to instantly mess everything up and make a total fool of herself. She continues to desperately apologize to Sora, mumbling that losing someone's personal belongings and a crucial assignment is 1,000,000 times worse than any simple dress code violation. Tears prick at the corners of her eyes as she desperately apologizes, once again feeling utterly useless. She bitterly contrasts her current massive failure with her usual hyper-strict attitude regarding school rules, absolutely devastated by her own perceived hypocrisy. Completely overwhelmed by guilt, Irisu cries out that Sora must be incredibly disappointed to lose something so immensely valuable. She fiercely declares that she will absolutely track down the missing notebook and return it to him no matter what it takes. Seeing the usually strict classmates suddenly on the verge of full-blown tears completely shatters Sora's composure. He frantically begs her to hold on and insists there is absolutely no need to cry, totally panicked by her sudden and intense emotional breakdown. Irisu panics about losing a notebook, crying about the trouble it will cause if she can't submit her homework. Sora jumps in surprise but kindly reassures her that it is completely fine, promising to just explain the situation directly to the teacher if she can't find it. Luna cheerfully jumps in and confidently declares that if they all search for the missing notebook, together they are bound to find it in absolutely no time. Irisu is left completely stunned and speechless by Luna's sudden, highly enthusiastic offer to help. Luna dramatically exaggerates the crisis, loudly declaring that they absolutely must find the notebook because Sora won't be able to study properly without his perfect notes. Spotting their friendly chemistry, Luna gets incredibly jealous and demands to know when the two of them got so close, while Sora tries to diffuse the tension by suggesting Irisu head to the nurse's office to calm down. Irisu stubbornly refuses to leave, loudly insisting that she absolutely must join the search party to help find his missing notes as well. Irisu passionately begs to help with the search, arguing that the missing notes were ultimately her responsibility. A delighted Luna instantly agrees, happily welcoming her to the search team. With their search party officially formed, they enthusiastically cheer and prepare to locate the missing notebook together. Retracing his steps, Sora points out the exact spot where he fell, but notes it is far too dark to see anything. Irisu quickly offers to shine her phone's flashlight, prompting a highly appreciative cheer from Luna. The search takes a highly embarrassing turn when Sora frantically warns Irisu that her underwear is showing again, only to embarrassedly point out that Luna is in the exact same compromising position. However, his panic is cut short when his eyes land on the nearby bookshelf, spotting the missing notebook sitting safely on top. Irisu and Luna excitedly celebrate finally tracking down the missing notebook, with Luna admitting she never would have expected to find it in that specific spot, while a highly awkward Sora nervously jokes that he totally thought it was on the top shelf. Luna warmly points out that her new companion can finally relax now that the search is over, prompting a teary-eyed Irisu to sniffle and confess just how incredibly relieved she is to have the crisis averted. Irisu quickly bows forward to earnestly apologize to both Sora and Mamos for all the trouble she caused, though a completely laid-back Sora immediately brushes it off and assures her that everything is perfectly fine. Turning her attention back to Luna, a deeply grateful Irisu sincerely thanks her for helping track down the notebook, earning a proud and happy response from the energetic girl. Luna enthusiastically throws her arms around Irisu and cheerfully declares that helping out is just what friends do, confidently locking in their brand new bestie status. Sora watches the wholesome interaction, silently pleasantly surprised to see the two girls getting along so well after their incredibly chaotic clash earlier that morning. The sudden friendship declaration completely catches Irisu off guard, leaving her to heavily blush as she quietly repeats the word in absolute disbelief. Her hesitation instantly sends her into a frantic panic, as she loudly questions why her response sounded like a question, leaving Luna to giggle at the flustered reaction, while a thoroughly confused Sora watches their chaotic new dynamic. Calming down with a warm smile, Irisu shyly admits that as long as Luna agrees to hold back on the aggressive public affection they displayed earlier, she would actually be perfectly fine with being friends. Completely ignoring the literal one boundary, Irisu just requested Luna instantly dives in for a massive celebratory hug, leaving the strict disciplinary committee member totally flustered, but secretly sparkling with joy over the affectionate ambush. Luna aggressively pins the strict disciplinary committee member to the ground in a highly compromising position, completely ignoring her previous lectures, as the flustered girl frantically begs her to stop the incredibly lewd behavior. The chaotic scene cuts to an exterior shot of the school as a panicked Sora desperately warns Kanekura not to look at the highly inappropriate display, while a voice jokingly notes that this insane ordeal might actually end up bringing everyone much closer together in the end. Kicking off the 20th chapter, Luna enjoys a quiet moment as she peacefully notes that the heavy rain is finally letting up, leaving behind a highly serene atmosphere. The unpredictable weather takes a massive turn for the worse, as Sora gets completely caught in a sudden torrential downpour on his way home from work. He instantly regrets his stubbornness, wishing he had just accepted Subaru's earlier offer to borrow an umbrella instead of trying to walk back entirely unprotected. Arriving back at his apartment, totally drenched and exhausted, Sora groans about the relentless June rain and mentally reminds himself to start packing proper weather gear. As he weakly calls out his return, a cheerful Luna immediately greets him at the front door. Luna warmly welcomes him back by dropping the absolute classic newlywed greeting, playfully asking if he wants dinner, a bath, or maybe her. The incredibly cute cliché completely destroys Sora's defenses, leaving him furiously blushing and internally cursing over just how absolutely adorable his wife is. A totally flustered Sora frantically asks why she decided to suddenly pull out the ultimate married couple trope on him, out of nowhere, prompting an excited Luna to proudly declare that she has always desperately wanted to use that specific line at least once in her life. Luna enthusiastically details her wild fantasy, explaining that she fully expected him to boldly choose her scoop-her-up bridal style and immediately toss her onto the bed. Hearing her highly romantic and aggressive expectations, a heavily sweating Sora awkwardly admits that her spicy scenario is just a bit too advanced for him to effortlessly pull off. Taking one look at her completely soaked husband, Luna playfully concedes defeat and cheerfully concludes that a hot bath is definitely going to have to take top priority today, leaving a dripping wet Sora to awkwardly sweat over his totally ruined romantic entrance. Luna cheerfully announces that she already went ahead and prepared a warm bath for him, playfully adding that she even threw in some fancy rose oil. A totally exhausted Sora weakly thanks her, deeply appreciating the sweet gesture after a long day. Completely overwhelmed by emotion, Sora throws his arms out and cries tears of absolute joy. He loudly declares that having someone waiting for him at home with a hot bath ready is basically pure heaven. Sora reflects that living completely alone for so long is probably why her simple kindness is hitting him right in the soul. His dramatic internal monologue is suddenly interrupted when he catches a whiff of an incredibly sweet scent coming from the bathroom. Spotting a fresh change of clothes perfectly laid out for him, Sora wonders if she really used fancy bath salts just for him. He feels a sudden twinge of guilt, noting that he is officially the one in charge of all the housework, but realizes she kindly stepped up because she knew he would be home late. Touched by her incredible thoughtfulness, Sora quietly resolves that he also needs to start stepping up to properly show his immense appreciation for her. While getting undressed, Sora heavily contemplates wanting to do something incredibly special for Luna in return. While he acknowledges that using his part-time job money to pay back his massive debt is the top priority, he earnestly hopes to finally be the one to invite her on a proper date, noting that she is always the one eagerly asking him out first. His romantic determination hits a massive brick wall as he frantically wonders where a super-rich girl would actually want to go, hopelessly lamenting the massive financial gap between them. Settling into the steaming water, he resolves to pick up extra shifts at work and heavily research date spots that any normal girl would absolutely love. His relaxing soak is abruptly interrupted when the bathroom door suddenly opens. Luna casually steps inside wearing nothing but a simple bath towel, cheerfully calling out his name to check if he is already in the water. Sora completely loses his mind, letting out a massive, terrified scream of pure shock as she casually excuses her intrusion. Luna simply laughs out loud at his frantic panic, playfully teasing him for completely overreacting to her sudden appearance. Flashing a highly suggestive peace sign, Luna cheerfully declares that she has arrived to warm up his cold body, and Heart playfully acting like she is a hired service. A totally frantic Sora desperately screams that he absolutely did not request any such service, wildly begging her to stop as she prepares to join him. Sora completely panics in the bathhouse, frantically yelling that the area is entirely off limits. When she innocently questions his sudden rule, a highly flustered Sora completely loses his mind, screaming back in pure disbelief that she even needs to ask why. Desperately trying to process the insane situation, Sora frantically points out that, while she normally wears heavily revealing outfits anyway, this is an entirely different level of exposure. His heart practically beats out of his chest as his mind completely short-circuits over the massive realization that she is completely bare underneath her tiny towel. Luna immediately dials up her teasing, playfully asking if just imagining what is hiding underneath her towel is enough to get him aroused. She boldly declares that she wouldn't mind showing him absolutely everything, sending a heavily blushing Sora into a total meltdown as he desperately tries to reject her insane offer. Pulling a massive bait and switch, Luna dramatically drops the towel to reveal she is actually wearing a full swimsuit underneath. She bursts into triumphant laughter, playfully reminding him that showing off her actual naked body is totally off limits, and leaving Sora completely exasperated by her chaotic prank. The playful and chaotic atmosphere is instantly shattered when a familiar voice suddenly screams Sora's name in absolute horror, heavily implying they just got caught in the middle of a wildly compromising situation. Luna cheerfully points out that this kind of chaotic bath situation has actually happened to them plenty of times before, playfully apologizing as a totally overwhelmed Sora beats himself up for acting like such a massive idiot. He nervously stammers that it isn't actually because he hates the situation, leaving an highly amused Luna to admit that she completely thought he would absolutely hate being teased like this. A heavily sweating Sora awkwardly notes that being entirely naked makes it completely impossible to hide his true feelings. When Luna curiously asks what he just mumbled, he quickly deflects and claims he was only talking to himself, while Luna cheerfully reassures him that as long as she keeps her towel tightly wrapped, he won't actually see anything scandalous. Sora frantically points out that her entire bath routine makes them seem exactly like a stereotypical newlywed couple. Completely leaning into the highly romantic trope, Luna happily giggles and playfully offers to properly wash her dear hubby's back. Totally defeated by her persistent teasing, Sora heavily blushes and finally gives her permission to proceed, quietly deciding to just let her do whatever she wants. Luna excitedly praises him for finally giving in and affectionately calls him a good boy, as she cheerfully announces she's going to start scrubbing him down. Luna carefully checks if the scrubbing pressure is okay, and a deeply relaxing Sora softly admits that it feels genuinely nice. Melting into the warm water, he internally reflects that having someone else wash his back is actually incredibly soothing, completely amazed by how her perfectly balanced scrubbing technique feels absolutely wonderful. Sora is caught completely off guard by a sudden soft, squishing sensation pressed against him. As the realization hits him like a freight train, a heavily blushing Sora frantically stammers out her name, wondering if his wild suspicions about this incredibly soft feeling are actually true. Feeling highly suspicious, he awkwardly points out that he feels something soft pressing directly against him, only for a completely unbothered Luna to cheerfully confirm that her chest is indeed resting right on his back. Trying to address the highly suggestive situation, Sora cautiously turns around only to find a heavily panting Luna completely dazed and sweating in absolute bliss. As she aggressively swoons over how broad and manly his back feels, terrified Sora lets out a loud shriek, completely freaked out by her sudden intense state of excitement. A thoroughly panicked Sora begs her to wait, internally screaming that her behavior is getting incredibly scary. Totally ignoring his terror, a heavily panting Luna continues to passionately praise him, admitting that despite his cute baby face, his broad back is incredibly masculine and sexy, and his thick arms are completely driving her crazy. Leaning in even closer, a heavily panting Luna gushes over how cute and firm his arms are, boldly admitting that she desperately wants to bite them. Driven into a complete spiral-eyed panic By the threat of literally being eaten, Sora frantically surrenders and begs her to stop forcing a deeply embarrassed Luna to finally back away, and apologetically confess that she simply got way too excited. After a brief moment to catch their breath, Luna quickly regains her signature high-energy confidence, and cheerfully announces that her next step is to wash his chest, instead happily asking if she can proceed while completely ignoring his nervous protests. The sudden proposal leaves a heavily sweating Sora completely frozen in absolute tension, his heart hammering in his chest as he lets out a deeply nervous gulp. Sora frantically reminds her of her earlier promise to only wash his back, but Luna logically argues that if she washes one side, it only makes perfect sense to wash the other. While a completely flustered Sora continues to protest that washing his chest is way too inappropriate, a highly determined Luna aggressively closes the distance, cutely demanding that he stop running away and just stay still. Her aggressive advance ends in instant chaos when she bumps heavily against him, letting out a soft gasp as they collide. The sudden physical impact causes a completely overwhelmed Sora to scream out in pain and pure shock, thoroughly defeated by her relentless forwardness. Instantly panicking over her own clumsiness, a horrified Luna frantically apologizes and asks if she got way too carried away, while a thoroughly defeated and groaning Sora weakly insists that he is totally fine, left to shiver under the warm spray of the shower as the chaotic bath session finally calms down. The steamy fantasy is instantly shattered by the freezing reality of a cold shower, leaving both Sora and Luna violently shivering. As they scream over the freezing water, Luna jokingly asks if the icy blast was enough to finally snap his racing mind back to his senses. Still violently shivering from the icy blast, Sora frantically apologizes for accidentally turning on the cold water instead of the hot. As Luna continues to chatter her teeth and complain about the freezing temperature, a desperately cold Sora suggests they just hurry up and get straight into the bathtub to properly warm themselves up. Luna is completely caught off guard by his suggestion, blushing as she asks if he actually means they are getting in the tub together. A heavily sweating Sora immediately insists they have to, pointing out that she will absolutely catch another terrible cold if they don't warm up right now, prompting a flustered Luna to demand he turn around so she can wash herself first. Wrapping her towel tightly around herself, Luna announces that she will go wash up on the other side of the bathroom before joining him in the water. Respecting her boundaries, a highly flustered Sora politely agrees and stays completely turned away while she handles her business. Finally, escaping the freezing bathroom ere the two of them sink deep into the steaming hot bathtub side by side, simultaneously letting out a massive synchronized sigh of pure relief, as the warm water instantly melts all the tension right out of their shivering bodies. Completely melting into the heat, a deeply relaxed Luna happily declares that the hot bath is literally bringing her back to life. She stretches out and cheerfully notes how amazing the water smells, prompting a slightly confused Sora to realize she must have added some special bath salts to the tub. Sora internally praises the cloudy bath salts for making the water completely opaque, heavily relieved that it blocks out any visual stimulation that might make the situation even more overwhelming. However, the reality of the moment suddenly hits him like a truck, sending his brain into a massive panic as he fully processes the insane fact that he is currently sharing an intimate bath with a gorgeous girl. Staring at his beautiful, slightly blushing wife right beside him, Sora completely loses his composure. He frantically wonders if escalating straight to a joint bath is moving way too fast for their relationship, internally screaming in pure panic over the incredibly intimate situation. While soaking in the warm water, Luna worriedly admits that she does not even know how much longer she can keep her composure under the circumstances. She then leans in to ask a heavily sweating Sora if he is actually doing okay. Sora frantically stammers that he is completely fine, trying to explain that whatever was bothering him had already calmed down thanks to the cold splash of water earlier. However, his highly flustered explanation only leaves a thoroughly confused Luna to question what exactly it was that managed to calm down. Realization suddenly dawns on Luna as she falls completely silent and awkwardly stammers in embarrassment. Meanwhile, an equally flustered Sora can only nervously clear his throat and try to find a way to break the incredibly tense silence. Luna's mischievous side instantly takes over as a playful idea pops into her head. She gleefully declares that she has caught him, causing a highly panicked Sora to let out a startled gasp as she suddenly closes the distance between them. After a sudden splash in the water, a highly panicked Sora frantically asks what on earth she is doing. Luna playfully hums and innocently explains that she simply thought he might still be feeling cold from earlier, while a desperately blushing Sora loudly insists that he is already perfectly fine. Luna takes her playful teasing to a whole new level, sweetly asking how he would react if she confessed that she simply wants to stick close to him. Her bold flirtation leaves a highly flustered Sora completely speechless, desperately trying to stammer out a protest. Deciding that things are getting far too risky, Sora immediately backs away and loudly declares that they need to stop. Pointing out the massive size of the tub, he desperately insists that they should take advantage of the space and spread out as far away from each other as possible. A highly disappointed Luna lets out a frustrated groan and pouts, demanding to know why he is acting so distant. She sadly reminds him of his previous promise, asking if he forgot that they were supposed to practice doing intimate things together as a couple. Sora gasps in shock as he suddenly recalls that very moment, realizing she is actually referring to his past promise about practicing their intimacy. Blushing furiously, he frantically admits that while he remembers saying those exact words, they still need to set some proper boundaries. Sora desperately tries to reason with her, explaining that they should save those intimate practices for when their relationship has progressed a bit further. He nervously points out that attempting anything in the bath is entirely too fast for them, leaving a quiet Luna to softly call his name as she takes in his frantic, logical defense. Luna intensely stares at Sora, her face completely flushed, as she reminds him of his earlier promise to always try his absolute best right alongside her. As she tightly embraces him in the water, a heavily sweating Sora frantically realizes she is entirely right about his promise, though he desperately apologizes and cries out that sticking to his word under these highly stimulating conditions is honestly completely impossible. His intense panic suddenly halts when he freezes in sheer confusion, quietly realizing that the incredibly soft feeling of her chest pressing directly against him feels way too distinct. His brain completely short-circuits as he notes that it feels exactly like touching bare skin, prompting him to nervously ask a surprised Luna if she is actually wearing her swimsuit, like she was just a moment ago. Instead of answering his frantic question, Luna flashes an incredibly playful, teasing smirk and boldly asks him what he actually thinks the answer is. Sora completely spirals into an absolute panic, desperately trying to rationalize that she was definitely wearing a swimsuit just seconds ago, but her highly mischievous expression and the raw physical sensation heavily convince his racing mind that she actually took it entirely off. His runaway imagination immediately supplies a vivid mental image of her dropping the towel and slipping right out of her swimsuit, before entering the water, leading him to the completely mind-boggling conclusion that his wife is currently entirely naked right in front of him. Pressing her overwhelming advantage, a highly seductive Luna leans in even closer and murmurs that she really does not want to push him too far out of his comfort zone. She cheerfully proposes a massive gamble, playfully promising to end her aggressive teasing completely peacefully for the day if he can accurately guess whether she is actually wearing her swimsuit, or not, leaving a totally stressed-out Sora to scream internally over the impossible high-stakes quiz. Trying to regain some semblance of logic, Sora frantically tells himself to just look closely, reasoning that even with the opaque bath salts clouding the water, he should technically still be able to see the outline of a swimsuit if she is actually wearing one. Sora is caught completely off guard in the hot spring when the water suddenly clears up for a brief second, giving him a fleeting glimpse of some color beneath the surface. Realizing what just happened, a panicked Luna instantly lets out a sharp yell to stop him from looking any closer. Luna playfully scolds him for staring way too much and calls him a total pervert, though she is secretly absolutely thrilled by his intense attention. Meanwhile, an embarrassed Sora quickly turns away to defend himself, desperately muttering that he did not mean to look at her like that at all. Determined to turn the awkward situation into a game, Sora boldly speaks up and demands a hint to whatever playful challenge she is setting up. Luna is absolutely delighted that he is actually playing along with her, taking a moment to ponder exactly what kind of hint she should give him. Luna suddenly gets a mischievous idea and speaks up, prompting an incredibly tense Sora to gulp in nervous anticipation as he waits to hear her next highly unexpected proposal. Luna completely flips the script by boldly declaring that he is allowed to touch her, but adds a strict catch that he can only choose a single place. The highly suggestive offer completely short-circuits Sora's brain, leaving him sweating in sheer panic, as he internally admits that this is almost certainly his complete defeat. Sora desperately weighs his options, trying to figure out exactly where he should touch her to solve the mystery. He realizes that choosing either her chest or her lower body would immediately tell him whether she is wearing a swimsuit or not, but the sheer boldness of both options leaves his mind completely racing. Sora rapidly runs through his options, realizing that touching her in either of those highly intimate areas is an absolute deal-breaker. He panics at the thought that if she isn't wearing a swimsuit, he would end up touching her bare skin directly, which would completely cross the line and make her absolutely disgusted with him. Just as he spirals into total despair, a sudden stroke of genius hits him out of nowhere. Sora decides that her hips are by far the safest and most reasonable option compared to all the other places he was desperately imagining. Convinced that targeting her waist is the perfect compromise to solve the mystery without causing a total disaster, he eagerly goes ahead with his decision. His sudden touch completely startles Luna, who lets out a loud squeal of surprise that instantly sends a panicked Sora into a state of absolute shock. Believing he made a massive mistake, a highly flustered Sora frantically apologizes and asks if her hips were actually off limits too, but a blushing Luna quickly reassures him that she was simply caught a bit off guard. A heavily blushing Luna softly confesses that she thought he was going to passionately grab her by the waist. She sheepishly admits that the sudden anticipation made her heart skip a major beat, leaving her completely flustered by how intense the moment actually felt. Luna flashes a warm, flushed smile as she affectionately notes that Sora actually has surprisingly big hands, letting out a cute giggle that sets a highly intimate mood. Luna playfully asks if he finally understands now, completely catching Sora off guard and causing him to flinch. He lets out a surprised gasp, internally panicking as he realizes he was way too distracted by her cute yelp to actually pay attention to what she was doing. Taking full advantage of his stunned silence, Luna smugly declares that his lack of an answer means she officially wins their little game. She teasingly suggests they should take their romantic match into overtime right there in the bathtub, prompting a completely overwhelmed Sora to frantically beg her to wait a second. Sora desperately calls for a timeout, internally realizing that the intense heat and the overwhelming situation are definitely getting to him. He quickly apologizes and tries to stand up to cool his head, but immediately loses his balance and begins to stagger, prompting a worried Luna to frantically warn him to be careful. The tense bathroom atmosphere is suddenly shattered by a massive thud, as Sora completely loses his footing and collapses hard on the wet floor. Sora lets out a painful groan, prompting a highly panicked Luna to immediately rush over and desperately check if he is actually okay. A frantic Luna leans in close, worriedly asking if she accidentally made him stay in the hot water for way too long, or if he hit his head on the way down, while a dazed Sora can only stare up in absolute shock. Sora's brain finally reboots as he realizes Luna has been wearing a swimsuit the entire time, making him mentally scream over his massive, embarrassing misunderstanding. He quickly reassures her that he just felt a bit dizzy and awkwardly asks if he accidentally bumped into her when he fell, leaving Luna to blink in quiet confusion. Instead of answering his question, a deeply blushing Luna covers her mouth and stares intently downward, completely ignoring his concern to breathlessly compliment how absolutely splendid his physique looks. The deeply embarrassing misunderstanding reaches its absolute peak as Sora's terrified, high-pitched scream violently echoes out across the entire city skyline. Luna shyly assures Sora that she is completely fine, internally admitting that she is actually feeling quite happy about his concern. However, her sweet confession only triggers another massive mental explosion from Sora, leaving him to scream in sheer, flustered agony. Starting off a brand new chapter, Luna softly calls out to Sora in the quiet bedroom, setting a highly intimate mood right from the very first moment. Leaning close to him in bed, Luna playfully whispers his name to grab his attention. She teasingly asks if he is still incredibly bothered by what happened earlier, leaving a heavily sweating Sora to stare up at her in a quiet panic. Sora quickly tries to defend himself, insisting that he is not bothered by the situation at all, before attempting to explain his actual thoughts. Luna boldly presses herself against him, highly suggestively whispering that she would love for him to get an even closer look at her. Her intense teasing completely blindsides Sora leaving him to gasp in absolute shock at her sudden, overwhelming closeness. Sora suddenly wakes up with a terrified scream, his heart pounding as he realizes he is sweating profusely in his own bed. Beside him, his phone is loudly beeping with a morning alarm shattering his chaotic thoughts. Sora frantically tries to process whether his wild encounter was just a dream or reality, only to realize that morning has already arrived. His panic reaches a whole new level when he checks his phone and screams in horror upon discovering it is already past 7:30, meaning he has officially overslept. Sora frantically demands to know why her own alarm did not go off, only to find Luna fast asleep. He is left completely speechless when he notices she managed to block her phone speakers in an incredibly ridiculous way, effectively silencing the alarm entirely. Sora desperately shakes her and screams for her to wake up, warning her that they are going to be late for school. However, deeply asleep, Luna only lets out a groggy moan and flops over, completely ignoring his frantic warnings. While walking to school, Sora heavily sighs and apologizes for all of the chaotic energy from earlier that morning. A highly apologetic Luna explains that she turned off her alarm in her sleep and did not even have time to pack them lunch, but Sora warmly reassures her that he is perfectly fine since he already grabbed some bread from a nearby shop. Walking together, Luna notices Sora seems a bit sluggish and points out that it is incredibly rare for him to oversleep, casually asking if he is feeling worn out. Sora quickly dismisses her concern, insisting he is perfectly fine, but Luna leans in with a highly skeptical gaze and playfully questions if he is absolutely sure about that. Luna aggressively closes the distance to get a proper look at his face, immediately pointing out the heavy dark circles under his eyes and teasingly asking if he caught a fever. A highly flustered Sora loudly denies being sick, firmly declaring that handling the daily housework is entirely his own responsibility, leaving Luna completely baffled by his stubbornness. Refusing to let him take on all the burden alone, Luna fiercely declares that since he is already supporting her, it is only right that she takes over the housework, loudly shouting and completely startling him on their walk. Luna playfully scolds him for being so stubborn, reminding him that mornings are tough and asking if she hasn't at least gotten a little better at handling things. As a sweating Sora internally notes that he just doesn't want her to overdo it and realizes she is completely leaving him behind, Luna suddenly spots a high-end supermarket and cheerfully announces that she just had a brilliant idea. The next morning, Sora wakes up rubbing his eyes groggily, wondering if it is morning already, while happily assuming he managed to wake up before his scheduled alarm. His groggy morning peace is instantly shattered when he checks his phone and sees it is already well past 6, sending him into a massive panic as he realizes he completely overslept 2 days in a row. His freakout is suddenly interrupted by a loud clatter from the other room, prompting a highly confused Sora to pause and wonder what Luna is up to. Catching the distinct sound and smell of food sizzling on a pan, Sora cautiously steps out of his room, completely baffled, since Luna would normally still be fast asleep at this early hour. Peeking into the kitchen, a completely stunned Sora spots Luna fully decked out in an apron, aggressively flinching away from the hot stove, as she miserably complains about burning the food all over again. Intensely hyper-focused on her cooking, Luna grips her last egg and seriously notes that controlling the heat after adding sugar is incredibly tricky. Desperately determined to get it right this time, she complains that looking away for even a single second instantly ruins the dish, leaving Sora to watch her chaotic culinary battle in total silence. Taking in the chaotic scene, Sora finally pieces everything together, realizing with absolute shock that his normally sleepy wife intentionally woke up incredibly early just to handle the morning cooking for him, deeply touched by her intense dedication as she tries to hide her burnt mistakes. Luna proudly presents her completed loving wife bento, cheerfully declaring that it finally looks good this time. A completely shocked Sora watches her from the doorway, absolutely amazed by her culinary success, especially considering her disastrous past attempts, like trying to cook sticky rice using fruit juice. Humming happily, Luna praises her own work, noting that it turned out incredibly well for her first ever homemade bento, and feeling entirely relieved that all her secret cooking practice finally paid off. Meanwhile, Sora stands perfectly still, staring at her from the hallway in absolute stunned silence. Luna gently admits that she originally felt it was too early to show off her new skills, but she simply couldn't stand letting him handle all the chores by himself anymore. Listening to her sweet confession, a deeply moved Sora tears up in joy over his notoriously clumsy wife, finally learning how to cook only to totally panic when Luna suddenly checks the time and announces that she needs to wake him up. Realizing she has no idea he was secretly watching her the entire time, Sora frantically sneaks away and decides to jump back into bed to pretend he just overslept. The scene immediately cuts to him sitting at his desk at school later that morning, where an exasperated Subaru prompts him to continue his story. Subaru summarizes that Sora's lunch today is a special bento made by his wife, but expresses serious concern that she might have snuck something highly disturbing into the food like blood or hair. His dark theory instantly triggers Sora's horrifying memories of Luna's incredibly sketchy past cooking attempts, making him deeply question if the homemade meal is actually safe to eat. Desperately trying to defend his wife's honor, Sora stammers that she definitely wouldn't put anything weird in his food, though his nervous hesitation does not reassure his friend at all. Fiercely declaring that she put her absolute heart and soul into making the meal early that morning, Sora confidently goes to open the lunchbox to prove him wrong. The moment he lifts the lid, the bento practically glows with a blinding aura, revealing an incredibly luxurious spread of premium regional delicacies, like Matsuyama beef and grilled clams that leaves both boys in absolute awe. However, catching a glimpse of a suspiciously sketchy heart shape hidden in the second layer, Sora instantly panics and wonders if she actually did mix hair into it, ironically forcing a heavily sweating Subaru to frantically reassure him that it is perfectly fine. Brushing aside the wild suspicions, both boys put their hands together and express their thanks for the meal. Deeply moved that Luna put so much genuine effort into cooking such a beautiful lunch for him, a blushing Sora happily prepares to take his very first bite. The scene abruptly cuts to Luna eating her own lunch with a female classmate, where she suddenly covers her mouth in absolute horror right after taking a bite. Her worried friend frantically asks what is wrong, while a heavily sweating Luna completely freezes, internally screaming that the terrible taste is entirely unreal. Luna panics in pure despair, realizing the rolled omelet is aggressively over-seasoned and incredibly spicy. Her horror multiplies as she realizes that because she was rushing and never actually tested anything before packing it every single dish she lovingly prepared for Sora's highly anticipated lunch, is likely an absolute disaster. Luna frantically grabs her phone, realizing she desperately needs to send Sora a message warning him not to eat the terrible lunch she packed for him. While sitting with her friends, Luna wallows in deep embarrassment, recalling how incredibly delicious Sora's cooking always is. She agonizes over the disastrous lunch she made, terrified that giving him something so completely awful will ruin her chances of ever being allowed to cook for him again. Her panicked overthinking is completely shattered when Sora happily walks up to her with a massive smile, holding the empty bento box and cheerfully thanking her for the absolutely delicious meal. Sora stands there beaming with pure joy as he holds the completely finished lunch box, leaving a highly confused Luna to process his unexpectedly positive reaction. A completely shocked Luna loudly accuses him of lying, demanding to know if he seriously ate the entire thing when the seasoning was a total disaster. A heavily sweating Sora awkwardly tries to sugarcoat his review, nervously describing the flavor as incredibly unique, which instantly confirms Luna's worst fears. Feeling terrible about the whole situation, a deeply flushed Luna softly tells him that he really does not need to sugarcoat his suffering, explaining that she genuinely just wanted to apologize for forcing him to eat something so awful. Seeing her distress and incredibly earnest, Sora quickly reassures her that a good lunch is about way more than just the taste. He gently praises the vibrant presentation and great sense of style, warmly pointing out that he could truly feel all the immense effort and heart she poured into making it. Sora continues his sweet praise, pointing out just how much her cooking skills have genuinely improved since the very first time they cooked together. He sheepishly rubs the back of his head and admits that simply knowing she was thinking of him while making the lunch made him incredibly happy, leaving a highly flushed Luna to quietly absorb his heartfelt confession. Deeply moved by his unwavering kindness, a heavily blushing Luna passionately vows to make her next meal infinitely better. She looks up at him with eager eyes and shyly asks if he would be willing to eat her cooking again if she promises to improve. Sora instantly and cheerfully agrees, but gently adds that since handling all the housework alone is super exhausting, They should absolutely just cook their next meal together. A totally overjoyed Luna eagerly agrees to his sweet proposal, happily locking in their future cooking date, despite her current culinary disaster. Standing in the kitchen, Sora is completely shocked to find their fridge jam-packed with food, wondering what could have happened. A cheerful Luna munches on a treat and reassures him that she will take care of the leftovers, though Sora is left completely baffled as she dramatically reflects on her countless culinary failures before finally producing a single successful dish. The scene transitions to school, where a desperately pleading Subaru corners Sora to apologize profusely. He explains that an incredibly urgent matter has come up that he absolutely cannot escape, begging Sora to do him a massive favor and step in to take his place. Back at home, Sora explains the situation to Luna, mentioning that Subaru asked him to babysit his younger brother this coming Saturday. Hearing the unexpected news, a highly intrigued Luna wonders if Subaru actually has a little brother and excitedly gushes that she is already getting major cuteness vibes from the idea. Luna suddenly experiences a wave of shock as she recalls Sora's part-time tutoring job, asking if this is the very same kid he has been teaching. Sora confirms that it is indeed Subaru's brother, Mamoru, prompting an incredibly eager Luna to instantly close the distance and demand to know how old he is and what he is really like. Sora fondly explains that Mamoru is currently a third grader and behaves like a highly mischievous kid who constantly protests studying in favor of playing outside. Learning about the young boy's playful and active personality, an absolutely delighted Luna squeals in pure excitement. The thought of a rowdy little third-grade boy completely melts Luna's heart, leaving her to flush bright red and squeal over how absolutely adorable he sounds. Luna immediately declares that they need to prepare plenty of delicious snacks for their guest, which leaves a surprised Sora to question if it is truly okay to bring the boy over to their apartment instead of just hanging out outside. Luna vehemently objects to his outdoor plans, passionately begging him to bring Mamoru straight over because she desperately wants to meet him too. When Saturday finally arrives, Sora coordinates with Subaru over the phone to find out exactly what kind of games and toys Mamoru enjoys. Hanging up, Sora realizes that he has gotten surprisingly excited about the babysitting gig, quietly wondering if Luna simply has a massive soft spot for young children. Returning home with Mamoru in tow, Sora calls out to Luna to announce their arrival. When she opens the door, however, she greets them wearing an incredibly casual and flashy summer outfit, leaving a thoroughly shell-shocked Sora to stare at her in absolute disbelief. Sora formally introduces his younger brother Mamoru to Luna, who cheerfully welcomes the boy and excitedly notes how much she is looking forward to hanging out with him. However, Mamoru just stands there silently with a massive pout, prompting a sweating Sora to awkwardly point out his bad mood before his brother quickly snaps back that he is perfectly fine. Flustered by the sudden attention, Mamoru loudly defends himself, insisting that his grumpy face is literally just his normal, everyday expression. Meanwhile, Luna just stares down at him with an incredibly bright, sparkling smile, completely unfazed by his prickly attitude. Mamoru finally breaks his silence and formally introduces himself, though his eyes end up hilariously glued to Luna's bouncing chest instead of her face. Totally oblivious to where his gaze is actually directed, Luna simply celebrates the fact that the grumpy boy finally decided to look her way. Leaning in close, Luna cheerfully tells him to just call her by her first name, but her overwhelming physical presence causes Mamoru to frantically shrink back in pure intimidation. Seeing his brother suddenly stiffen up, an oblivious Sora leans in and wonders if the poor kid is just feeling a little nervous around a new person. Keeping up her incredibly high energy, Luna cheerfully announces that they have all sorts of snacks ready for him and sweetly asks if she can give him an adorable nickname. The sudden wave of pure affection leaves Mamoru completely stunned, totally unsure of how to handle her overwhelming friendliness. Mamoru sharply rejects her overly sweet treatment, firmly telling her not to treat him like a little baby. He bluntly adds that trying to force a cute nickname on him right after they just met is incredibly annoying and completely uncalled for. A highly embarrassed Sora frantically apologizes for his younger brother's cheeky attitude, but Luna just sparkles with delight and gushes over how incredibly cute his prickly tsundere personality is. Seeing her completely unfazed by the harsh rejection, a heavily sweating Sora can only weakly thank her for being so incredibly tolerant. Settling in with drinks, Luna notes that the kid is actually quite tall for his age, cheerfully offering him some juice. She stubbornly sticks to using her brand new nickname as she playfully pats his head and asks why he is still wearing his school uniform, prompting Mamoru to let out a highly defensive scoff, while she just continues to coo over his adorable reactions. Mamoru completely loses his temper and fiercely rejects her touch, yelling at her to stop calling a guy cute and complaining that she has been way too clingy the entire time. Before his brother can even step in to scold him, the furious kid heavily insults Luna, brutally labeling her as a stereotypical Jaru, and bluntly declaring that he absolutely cannot stand stupid-looking girls who wear tons of heavy makeup. A deeply panicked Sora immediately grabs his brother and desperately demands that he calm down. He firmly scolds the boy, explaining that no matter how startled he absolutely cannot just hurl cruel insults at people, before turning around to frantically apologize to a suddenly quiet Luna for the harsh outburst. Suddenly shifting her intense gaze, Luna narrows her eyes into a highly menacing glare as she completely zeroes in on Mamoru, deeply unsettling him before she makes her next aggressive move. Fiercely defending her natural beauty against his earlier insult, Luna aggressively grabs the flustered boy's face and demands he look closely to prove she isn't wearing heavy makeup, completely ignoring his frantic protests. Mamoru desperately struggles to break free from her iron grip, but a stubborn Luna fiercely refuses to let go until he formally apologizes. Pushed to his absolute limit, he frantically concedes that her makeup isn't heavy at all, while a heavily sweating Sora tries to desperately intervene and calm his wife down. Releasing him, Luna flashes a highly smug smile and cheerfully declares her absolute victory since he finally understands his mistake. However, a totally flushed and annoyed Mamoru instantly fires back by loudly calling her an old hag, leaving Sora completely shocked by the bold insult. Sora quickly checks on his friend, but a heavily blushing and sweating Mamoru completely ignores the insult, nervously asking if anyone else caught an incredibly good scent just now. Watching his highly flustered reaction to Luna's close proximity, Sora silently realizes that something very dangerous just awakened inside his best buddy. Deciding to cut the chaotic interaction short, a highly responsible Sora grabs his friend and firmly declares that he needs to return him safe and sound. However, a heavily blushing Mamoru immediately tries to delay their departure by desperately begging Sora to stay and play video games with him instead. Mamoru quickly pulls out his console to show off a monster battling game, instantly catching Luna's attention. She eagerly asks what they are playing and cheerfully begs to join in, prompting a highly defensive Mamoru to aggressively tell her to stay far away from his game. Mamoru skeptically questions if a flashy girl like her actually knows anything about the game, but Luna casually pulls out her own console and smugly reveals that not only does she play the super popular title, but she is already sitting comfortably in the high-tier gold rank, leaving him completely flabbergasted. A surprised Sora questions if she really plays those kinds of games, while a totally mind-blown Mamoru desperately demands to know how she managed to rank up so high. Flashing a brilliant smile, Luna cheerfully admits that she completely grinded the game specifically because Sora had mentioned it was his best friend's absolute favorite. Mamoru enthusiastically starts geeking out over how fun the franchise is, happily hyping up the anime and the new theatrical movie. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Luna playfully challenges him to an in-game battle while bragging about her high rank, causing a pouting Mamoru to stubbornly look away and grumpily decline her invitation. Mamoru stubbornly declares that he would rather just play with Sora instead, leaving a completely bewildered Sora to question why on earth the young boy would prefer to play a game with a total beginner rather than hanging out with Luna. However, Luna only lets out a soft giggle and cryptically reassures him that he has completely missed her actual point. Luna smugly exposes Mamoru's true motives, teasingly suggesting that the young boy is simply terrified of losing to her in a match. The provocative accusation instantly strikes a nerve with Mamoru, who furiously screams that she is completely wrong, while a highly amused Sora can only laugh nervously at their sudden rivalry. Luna keeps doubling down on the teasing, playfully claiming that she completely understands how incredibly embarrassing it must be to suffer a humiliating defeat against someone older than him, prompting an incredibly annoyed Mamoru to loudly click his tongue in sheer frustration. Completely losing his temper, a highly competitive Mamoru snaps at her annoying antics, and boldly accepts her challenge loudly, vowing to absolutely destroy her. He fiercely declares that if she suffers a defeat, there will be a severe punishment game waiting for her, setting the stage for an intense clash.